All right, I've got some good news. If any of you are procrastinating on your studies and watching my stream is inhibiting your ability to get necessary work done, this is a great stream to get permabanned in. So, like, you know, if in case you're looking for like that impetus to get back to productivity, it's a good one for that. I'm telling you, you know, the conditions are there. We're set up. Thank you as always, Blue Blur, for the intro. Nice jacket, I know, but also thank you. I think the guy who wore this before me for like 40 years, um, I think that he might be fucking jacked because the denim here is very stretched on the chest and on the stomach. It's like look at me when I stand up. Look at how far out it is here compared to here. Like 44 in the chest, fucking 32 in the stomach, man. I've got big shoes to fill, metaphorically speaking. You're gonna try to fill his jacket by getting jacked yourself. It's either I change my shape or I change the jacket shape. Is the denim soft? It is unironically like the softest anything has ever been, yeah. I've said it before and I'll say it again, and everyone gives me shit when I say this, but you need clothing made of natural fibers and high quality fabrics so you can break it in, and then it becomes the most comfortable thing in the world. You know, that's the problem with like modern jeans where it's like 8% spandex, stretch fit, or whatever the fuck, elastane. Because once you put those on, they never break in because it's all held together by plastic. You never get that like infinite comfort feeling of like, oh, on my eighth wear, now this is actually insanely comfy, you know? I'm just saying. Quick content, a Tekken player was disqualified for representing China. Huh? We had to disqualify a player from uh Tiger Uppercut, I get it, who does not reside in an eligible country under Tekken World Tour 2024 regulations. Um okay, that seems kind of weird to me. China has like 1.4 billion people. Like why would you, it's not like the Olympics or whatever. When you go to the Olympics, you're repping your country. It's the Tiger Uppercut Master Event Tekken World Tour. You know, I think you can let Chinese people in. I think that's okay. Probably. I can't know that just by looking Orc in the basement. Also, that link didn't work. Wait, were they from China or like Taiwan slash Nepal? I mean, I think it's just China. Yeah, I can't believe Chinese people are not legally allowed to buy Tekken. Orc in the basement, that brand isn't drop ship. Drop ship, that's not what drop shipping is. If your concern is like the quality of the brand, you should probably look up testimonials. Look at Reddit. You know, Reddit's usually a really good place to find. Reddit's like the only remaining old style forum in small doses. If I want to know anything about a brand, I usually look up like raw denim X brand item. And then I see people talking about it, you know? Apparently it's any country with US sanctions. Are you telling me that fucking Iran can't send players? Why would any player with US sanctions be disqualified from a fucking Tekken tournament? That doesn't make any sense. Like it's a Tekken tournament. If he's not allowed to compete, they should have DQ'd him from the beginning, not right before top 8. Oh yeah, that's also pretty fucked up. He like traveled over? Bamco says they don't allow Chinese players to participate because of GFW issues. They require the region to be accessible to internet, though Bamco also said this can be discussed, but this match happens in Thailand. Tekken is not approved in China. If Chinese player/flag appears in their official streams, they are in danger of violating Chinese law. I don't think that's true at all. I really don't think the CCP is arresting people for traveling out of country and playing video games that aren't allowed in China. That's ridiculous. That's not happening. So it's like the shit with Hearthstone Blizzard again. Well, no, because Blizzard is totally cucked to China. So, you know, that's in the other direction. I mean, did they just not want him to win? Yeah, but wouldn't him qualifying for that prove he's been playing it illegally in China? I mean, they DQ'd him after he'd already flown out to Thailand. So at this point, like, he's already in, right? I don't think the Chinese government is going after people for that, you know? It's like, you know how in Germany they have different video game censorship laws? Like, when it comes to, like, blood or bone or stuff. I think they have it in Australia, too. Maybe they removed it? I don't know. They used to have it. It'd be like, if you're in one of those countries and then you traveled outside of the country to play, like, a regular version of a gory video game in the UK or in America or something, you know? It's like the government's not coming after you for that. It's just a law on, like, importing the product. It's not a law where they're going after private citizens for, you know. Manhunt 2 is still banned in Australia. Honestly, good. You want your controversy? There's your controversy. You get banned in Australia. Congratulations. What a shitty fucking game, man. It was like the performative overcompensation of, like, oh yeah, you know, what was his name? Jack Thompson, the fucking lawyer guy who went up to Congress and was like, yeah, video games are turning children into serial killers. Like, oh, that guy's wrong, so let's go in the other direction. Let's like, I don't know, maybe we are that crazy. Ooh. Usually when a game is banned in China, you can't have ghosts. They don't like ghosts, they don't like skeletons. They have, like, Chinese culture reveres, or, like, not reveres, I guess, places a high cultural weight on depictions of death. I'm pretty sure that stuff is really antiquated, though. Like, I think if you talk to your average Chinese person in China and you're like, boo, skeleton, they'll be like, okay. I think it's like a very antiquated, like, somewhere in the Chinese Communist Party there is a 114-year-old Buddhist who's basically said, like, if you make it legal to show skeletons in video games, I will you know, I will, like, reveal the hidden passage to the Forbidden Fortress that allows the peasantry to sneak in and disembowel Xi Jinping. I don't know. Like, there's some, it's antiquated is what I'm saying. Yeah, like that, V-Man. Hey, I'm V-Man. RimWorld got banned in Australia for a month or so. Australia is like a pissy nanny state sometimes. I mean, there are a lot of Chinese people who were, like, rural rice farmers like 20 years ago now. Well, I don't know about 20. I mean, there are still, I'm pretty sure there are still subsistence farmers in some very rural parts of China. China's development is very unequal. But yeah, like, a lot of their middle class, a lot of their middle class are people who, like, moved from the countryside into the cities in, like, the 70s, 80s, 90s, and who remember the famine of the 70s. Or at the very least, like, their parents remember them, you know? Pretty wild. Hold on. Apparently, the Tekken tournament also doesn't let Croatian people play. I might be coming around on this. I might be coming around on this one. I feel like maybe there are some points to this that I failed to fully consider. What if your game has killing sparrows in it? You can't really criticize Mao in China, right? They still treat him like their founding leader, their dear leader, even though they have officially moved past Marxism as like a guiding ideology for the CCP. Like they've admitted that. Like you can't run around China or be a public figure and say like, yeah, Mao was an idiot. I'm pretty sure, yeah. He's like George Washington for China. I think it's like double George Washington, you know? I mean, it's pretty recent, you know? You can scare Chinese people with Winnie the Pooh. No, 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 just Xi Jinping. Oh, I saw your Dono Wealth Nexus Hub. Also, howdy. I read all the emails that I get sent, though I can't promise I'll necessarily do anything with it on account of all the emails that I get sent. But thank you. I like your jacket, Vosh. Thank you. It's from the 1980s. I don't know when exactly because the label on it is so worn. You want to see how worn this is? Look at the damn collar. It's been like properly got, you know? It's older than me. Oh yeah. I want to do some repairs to it so it doesn't, you know, degrade further. Do you plan on fixing that? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I like the broken in denim, but I don't want you know, I don't want it to fall into disrepair. I'd like to keep this for the rest of my life if I can. How the fuck is this 40 years old? It looks incredible. Denim! Natural fibers! Literally, that's the difference. We still have clothing from like the First World War made out of wool and cotton, you know? No shot denim clothes nowadays last as long. Well, if they're actually made of denim, then sure. It's just a very, very tough fiber, you know? Well, not fiber. The fiber for denim is cotton. It's a very tough weave. They're meant to be durable. That's why they're made with cotton, or not cotton, copper rivets. Look at this. I remember this article. Levi jeans from 1800s found in abandoned mine shafts sell for $87,000. These were left in a mine shaft for 150 years. Come on. I mean, you gotta give it to them. What if we made pants out of denim and copper? Just needs a wash? Nah, real denim heads would never wash it after this. Pants without zippers are horrible? I disagree. 5-button jeans the way to go. You know how when you wear, first of all, zippers break pretty easy. But you know how when you sit down, you get that like tent in your crotch because of the extra, like the zipper, like does the, it's air. Like there's nothing in there. It's just like it does the bulge. It doesn't really do that with 5-button jeans. It's just a zipper thing. Yeah, the genus, exactly. Though that being said, it is faster to piss if you just have the zipper. So, you know. Great see your dick can't breathe. Yeah, you know. Oh, sure. I don't think it's innately artistically like devoid of value. Alexis Roseman, I just think that Manhunt 2 was like a shitty game. Navy used to have 13 button pants in the dress blue uniform. It's not that bad. God, those must have rocked. I mean, these basically look like Levi's today, man. It's kind of crazy how like little has changed. I mean, if you got a working formula, you stick to it, I guess. Did denims get banned? Sake? Can you still buy high quality jeans today? Mm-hmm. In lots of places. The raw denim community can hook you up. There are lots of places that make them. They're pretty much all in Japan. So, like, Japanese denim gets made into stuff. And the reason for that isn't because of, like, oh, Japan or anything. Tokyo has a really big community of, like, artisanship when it comes to clothes making. And Japan has a lot of these older looms. Nowadays, most clothing manufacturers use projectile looms that make the fabric quite quickly, but there are compromises. And in Japan, they have a lot of looms that use older methods that take longer, hence the price, but they're essentially indestructible. You know, like the Japanese denims pretty much. Oh, hey, Radical Dino. Gotcha, that makes sense, yeah. Kind of like the hypocrisy a little bit. Here, hold on. One of these days, I'll replace that camera. Nippon cotton folded 1,000 times. Exactly. Uniqlo has Selvage for like 50 bucks. I can't speak to the quality of the Uniqlo Selvage. It's probably not, like, they're compromising on a lot to get that down to 50 bucks. That being said, you know, if you got it, you got it. Denim's got a 1-day ban a year ago for reading Letter to America. Just for reading it? That, dude, shit like that is why I don't stream on Twitch. I genuinely wish that I could. But, like, holy shit, man. Their moderation decisions sometimes are, like, insane. Look up Japanese denim, $400. There, you can, I think, like, the baseline price for a lot of companies where you're interested in getting Japanese denim selvage jeans is around like 200. It kind of varies and it goes up from there, but yeah, you know, essentially, like, it's a pair of pants that you break in and you'll have forever. So it's not like, you know, it's, I like, for instance, for more like low quality but still decent denim, like Abercrombie and Fitch has a lot of stuff in the like $60 to $80 price range. It's not selvage denim, it's not Japanese denim. It's still good, you know. I don't think actually forever, how is it that much better than normal denim? The projectile looms. Versus the looms they weave the Japanese denim on. Also, if you really want good, high-quality denim, you know you can get a vintage, right? That's the nice thing about denim. It doesn't break. It stays around forever. Like, this was made in the 80s. If you want some high-quality denim, just go find some Levi's that were made before, like, 1990 or whatever, you know? Salvation Army? Sure. Yeah. Look it up. Like, literally, like, go on eBay, look up, like, vintage Levi's might be expensive because those are, like, really high in demand. But literally, just like any older jeans, you know? Sorry, I didn't mean for the stream to completely start on this note. Yes, Salvation Army's bad. I just mean, like, any vintage or whatever. Yeah, natural fibers, Sarafi. They keep around. I wish I was more photogenic. I can't take... I'm not good at, like, oh, hey, pose for the picture or whatever. I was walking around the finally finished Pike Place Park the other day. They finally, like, opened it up after ages. And I think... I need some ice is what I need. I need a damn, like, athletic watch or something. But altogether, I think I looked pretty darn good. Look at how fucking long your legs look with high-rise pants. Isn't that crazy? Take the pill. Take the high-rise pants pill. Calling you not photogenic is going to send me spiraling. Nobody thinks they're photogenic. It's like, no one likes hearing their own voice. I don't like hearing my own voice. Even though everyone agrees I have a nice voice, including me, I still don't like hearing it. Bro, you're tall, it's not a fair game. It's a proportions thing. Also, like, I have a long torso relative to my legs. Ice means diamonds, no. The only reason I said ice there, rather than, like, accessories is because somebody replied to my tweet saying, "Where's the ice, bro?" And it stuck in my head because he's so right. He cooked me with that one. That's so true. Where is it? What am I doing with the French work pants and the vintage denim, and I have no watch or necklace? What's I might as well just KMS. What am I doing? I'm kidding. Your man doesn't know shit about accessories. Please read the post on Reddit of the guy who shot himself in his raw denim and doesn't want to watch it. Holy shit, that's so me. Wait, find it. Wait, don't just say that. Find it. I shit my raw denim jeans. How do I wash them? New raw got covered in poop. Wash them? Is it? I think there are a few of these, actually. Fucked up 2 pairs of double RLs by shitting my pants. Oh, that's rough. Two pair? Yeah, I don't know how that happens. Yeah, I tried to Google it and got tons of results. How is this such a common problem? People really do not like washing their raw denim jeans. Real denim pants wearers are shitting themselves regularly. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, that's because it's original workwear, okay? That's the reason why. You fancy pants people with your high fiber count or whatever, you're doing fine. You're sitting pretty. Real working blue-collar men are out there wearing $450 Japanese denim jeans, shitting their pants because they can't afford anything other than, like, hardtack and beans. And you're making fun of them for it? They spent all their money on the double RL... the double RL jeans. They make some really good stuff, double RL. Why can't you wash raw denim? You can. Denim just doesn't really get dirty that easily because the weave is so tight. It's like stuff doesn't stain that much. And because jeans are traditionally workwear, people don't really mind having visible wear on it. Plus, washing denim can, like, reset some of the work that you do wearing it in. Not, like, fully. It's that... A lot of that's an overstatement. People are like, oh, yeah, you wash your jeans, like, once every 2 years, but only on the hand wash in the coldest setting, and then you have to, like, wear them immediately after so they reset to your shape. And it's like, that's probably not necessary. Wait, how the fuck are you supposed to work in jeans? How can it be workwear? You wouldn't get it. They're literally indestructible pants. They're made with metal and denim. That's what they're made for. They're incredibly durable. They were made for miners. You know, they're very comfortable when you break them in. Yeah, Vermin, I know. I wash my clothes. Actually, I still have to wash this after getting it from the vintage mall, but it's literally fine. I mean, they do the wash themselves. It's not like when you donate to a vintage place, they're like, oh yeah, sure. And they just take your poop stained clothing or whatever. They wash it themselves. I hate men. Yeah. Jackets are fine. It's not like on your legs or ass. Okay, well, I resent the implication that if I did wear jeans for a while, they would have, like, shit that needs to be washed off, okay? Yeah, Octothought. Toilet paper exists. Yeah, you're supposed to, like, armor your asshole with toilet paper while wearing raw denim jeans. So if you do accidentally shit yourself, it doesn't get on the jeans. So you don't have to, like, consider washing them. Denim is so uncomfortable. Okay, listen. I will respect personal preference, but we need to, like, put this... okay, this is a factual statement. Denim is insanely comfortable once you break it in. Polyester clothing is meant to feel really comfortable in the store, and then every time you wash it, the plastic fibers fuse more and more, and eventually your polyester fleece looks like a damn like sheep that hasn't had their wool combed or cut in like 5 years. You know, it looks like shit. Like, yes, when you buy jeans on the first day, they're uncomfortable. You're meant to wear them like forever. You don't replace them every season with a new line. They're not like a trendy wear twice out on a date item. They're just like a very solid. Well, whatever. You also break in new shoes. Not anymore, motherfucker, because now shoes are all made of damn foam. Shoes used to all be made of like leather and shit. Incredibly durable, they last forever, and now it's like, yeah, we have plastic clothes and foam, which is also plastic, shoes. And you just wear the foam down, then replace the shoes. No one gets their shoes resold. Do you think jeans are more casual clothing, or can they be more formal? I mean, you can dress them up, but they're definitely like casual, yeah. I mean, jeans got so popular that they stopped being exclusively workwear. There are other pants that are still considered exclusively workwear, like carpenter pants, for example. But jeans got so popular that they're incorporated into a bunch of different subcultures now. I don't think that you should mix cotton denim with rayon, Orc the Warlock. I mean, rayon is meant to give you, like, the silky, like, sleek, shiny properties of silk, but cheaper. I don't know why you're mixing that with denim. I mean, I'm sure you can do something with it. I just think if you're making your jeans, you should make them out of denim. Nah, carpenter pants are cute. When did I say carpenter pants are cute? You think I don't like workwear? Yee, Shadman. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, girl with a guitar. Nice save, Gravel Queen. So denim jeans are like bras. They're uncomfortable unless they're just right. Have you never gotten like a new pair of boots that were uncomfortable for the first few days? And then like they just got really comfy? You can dress them up, but they're not formal. Well, they're not a formal item on their own, but you can do a lot. There's a lot of good jean styling on the anthology from the jacket that I have. The the oatmeal herringbone jacket. No, wait, he's not wearing jeans here. I don't know why I thought that he was. Eh. You gotta hop in the wool socks train. I have wool socks. This is the most boring conversation ever, I'm sorry. I mean, we could be talking about 40K, you know. Could always be worse. I'm not understanding how people don't get that once you wear jeans like 20 times, they become all-day wear. Yeah, you could sleep in those. It's not even exaggeration. And genuinely, it's just because people wear plastic clothing now. It's genuinely quite sad. It's like and not like sad in like a patronizing way. I literally thought this until a few years ago. It's not like a cognitive deficiency on the part of people watching. I used to hate wearing jeans. I just didn't realize that like unless you're willing to spend a little more or be more conscientious when you shop, for the most part you're wearing like super shitty cheap plastic bullshit which doesn't have the same like really admirable properties. Who wears plastic? Anyone wearing anything made of like polyester. I'm saying plastic kind of like as a blanket here, but synthetic fibers, right? Like rayon, polyester, elastane. Not that I'm anti-elasticated waistband. Do you have any tweed jackets? I do, but I'm not getting it out because I feel like I've wasted enough time during this stream. Yay! Hope you're doing well over there in Columbia, U. Nylon and rayon are better than polyester and elastane by a lot. Yeah, they have their uses, and elastane can be used well in elasticated waistbands. It all kind of depends. However, when it comes to jeans, it doesn't depend. Wear denim. I did not hear that, Brandish. Okay. We can't waste any more time. This is insane. How the fuck are 6,000 people watching this? This is normally like the opening part of the... I'm capping this off. I'm capping this off right now, okay? There's nothing wrong with how you dress. Your preferences are fine. I'm only saying that much in the same way that, like, nowadays, if you want to buy an appliance, you can get them super, super cheap, but they break easily because of planned obsolescence and everything looks like it came out of IKEA. And then if you look from the 1950s, they had, like, indestructible, durable toasters that will literally last until the heat death of the universe, and they look really pretty. And you know they cost more, like, relative to the time than the modern appliance does, but there's something really nice and satisfying about the way things used to work really well because they put the time and effort into the quality make of it. And nowadays it's like, oh, well, everything's disposable. It's like that with clothes too. And I'm not saying you're better or worse for choosing not to or to engage in that. My toaster's super cheap. I just have a cheap ass like $20 toaster. I'm not saying you're bad, because people always are, they're like, oh, he's patronizing. He's saying that if you can't afford $400 jeans, you're a bad person. I'm not saying that at all. And you can get them for less than $400, to be clear. I'm just saying, like, it's something that I care about because having experienced the difference, it's something I'm just like, okay, that's it. I just went to my parents' house and they have a desk that was built in March 1861 that looks in brand new condition. Yeah. It's and there's so much stuff these days is made out of like particle board. Like it used to be, if you had a beautiful wooden desk and you chipped the side of it, that was just more wood you're showing. Add a little bit of glaze, congratulations. You've got like a cool chip on your desk. Like that's where that, I mean, that's cool, you know? And but now everything's made of that like composite particle board where if it chips, it like splits the fiber, it like breaks the shell of the, you know what I mean? It's like that for a lot of stuff, man. Thoughts on spandex? It has its use. Like, for instance, synthetic fibers are fantastic for athletic wear. Like, if you are running or you want to go to the gym or whatever, wear synthetics, 100%. Yeah, the wicking properties of some synthetic materials or like the way they fit your body or whatever, like hell yeah, man, it's like super light, like tech wear shit. Yeah, it's cool. I was just talking about jeans specifically, but there are like types of clothing I think that benefit from being worn in. You don't have to wear in a pair of runner shorts, right? You just put them on and they're like 1 ounce and really comfy. That's what they're there for. That's cool. I don't think that runner shorts will ever have the like longevity or the texture or the fashion interest of like jean shorts, because you can do jean shorts. It's like, oh, you can do like a billion things with that. There's so much development. There's so much richness to it. And it's runner shorts are for running, you know, it's like they're a utilitarian item. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Are composite boards better for the environment? The best thing for the environment is just to buy less, to be honest. Um, that's probably the best. That's so awesome, Thready. It's insane how expensive real running shoes are. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about that subculture. It's not like I run. I have bad joints. You know, my mother actually used to run marathons until it's a like a lineage thing, I guess. You know, she got bad knees, I have bad ankles. But she was training for a marathon when she decided like, oh wait, hold on, this is a little bit too bad for my knees, I think. Which I'm glad she stopped, right? You know, don't want her to hurt herself. Running can be very taxing. You can run in any shoe. Well, you can run in any shoes, right? But like, you know, why didn't she just drive there? Yeah. Me finishing the marathon in record time. The future is now, old man. How do you feel about barefoot shoes? I mean, I think they're ugly as sin, but people don't wear them for fashion reasons. They wear them for how they feel, and I've never worn them. Maybe they feel amazing. Thoughts on suspenders? Suspenders are excellent if you, like, wear them with trousers, like as a suit. They're kind of old-fashioned, though. Like, I think they can be quite nice if they are worn in a suit, but people don't really do that anymore, which is unfortunate because they're good. I mean, if you think about it, a belt is literally just like a tourniquet around your stomach, which if you're the average American, it's literally like, what if I tightened a cord around my fat to keep the pants from falling down? Obviously, the superior option there would just be to have cords that run up your shoulder to hold the pants up. Can we do a full fashion only stream? No. No, and I'm sorry. He's talking about socks next, y'all. Don't get me started. I actually recently got a bunch of really amazing crew socks from Lady White, and they're amazing. Genuinely. I got so many of them that I don't think I'll ever have to buy crew socks again. I still need boot socks, and I don't have any dress socks, but I also don't need dress socks because I don't wear suits. So, you know. What brand did you say? Lady White. They have excellent, like basics, you know, made in America, I think. Though their socks are made in Japan. Do you do anything special to wash laundry? Just wash it on cold, and if it's delicate, hang dry it or lay it flat to dry. That's all. Nothing fancy, you know. Thoughts on politics? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you still buy from MeUndies? No. MeUndies changed the damn recipe, okay? My older MeUndies feel nice still, even if they're like pretty worn, because they're like 5 years old or something. Like I still have them in the back of the, you know, the underwear drawer. The newer MeUndies that I got, they synthetic that shit up. I don't know. I haven't like investigated it, but I don't like wearing the new ones. They changed it. They changed the damn recipe. I'm not going to buy them anymore. In fact, I'm actually actively looking for another place to get underwear. Yeah, this is your fault, Vosh. I'm not blaming anyone but me. I'm accepting the blame. I'm saying I'm sorry all the time. I'm not deflecting. Tell us when you find one, because I want really good underwear. Okay, I'm gonna go for like the Mersby Schwannen loop wheel $65 old-fashioned white briefs that are made on like an ancient loom or something. It's gonna be great. I'm not actually gonna do that. They look a little too dorky for me. This to me looks like cosplay. I like their shirts, but they're damn loop-wheeled underwear. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Don't talk to me unless you're wearing the shit that looks like it's out of a 1930s reproduction film, you know? This is probably comfy as fuck, to be fair. Vosh, please. I have to go to work in like an hour, please. Okay. You need to start saying clothing/fashion is my special interest, smiley face, so people feel bad about being ableist when they complain. I really should, by the way. You know, I really, like, genuinely, you know, it's, people are all like, I support the rights of the mentally ill until they encounter mental illness, and then they're like, well, hold on, can you talk about politics? Your other special interest. I see right through your schemes. Vosh when he has to do his job. I decide what my job is, motherfucker. I set my own goddamn quotas. So what is this? Twitter fails to avoid Australia's child safety fine by arguing Twitter doesn't exist. What? Elon Musk merging Twitter into X didn't absolve X from the child safety fine. Wait. Did he seriously... Come on! Twitter tried to persuade Australian Judge Michael Wheelahan that X had no obligation to comply with an Online Safety Act notice issued to Twitter because Twitter ceased to exist a few weeks after receiving the notice when Musk merged the app into his company X Corp. This is like the argument that a fucking child would come up with in order to evade... Like, genuinely. I know that lawyers, it's their job to, like, try anything. This is embarrassing. For a $400,000 fine? How bad are the liquidity problems? If this is the... Yeah, it's like trying to avoid a fine by changing your name. Like... Incredible. X's argument failed because Wheelahan found that under Nevada law, merging Twitter into X turned Twitter into a constituent entity, which then transferred all of Twitter's legal consequences to X Corp. Okay, I could be wrong on this. However, I'm pretty sure this Nevada law, that merging Twitter into X turned Twitter into a constituent entity, which then transferred all of Twitter's legal consequences to X Corp, is the case everywhere in the world. Because it would be insane otherwise. Oh, we did a company merger, therefore we're out of every debt and legal obligation for this. I don't know if it's just Nevada law. I feel like this might just be law, like general, like obvious world law. It's, yeah, legal successor company or whatever else, you know? Oh my God. In his order, Wheelahan devoted a decent chunk of time to calling out testimony from X's expert on commercial business law, Scott Bogatz, as, quote, molded to support the conclusions he expressed in his report. Genuinely, how long ago, if this fine was levied more than a year ago, Elon has probably spent more money paying for his legal defense against paying the fine than he has for paying the fine. Like... the multiple lawyers that it would have taken, like the legal effort to get out of this was probably more than $400,000. Particularly superficial and requiring leaps of logic, Wheelahan wrote, was Bogatz's attempt to persuade the court that the meaning of liabilities in Nevada merger law strictly applied to financial liabilities. What? Okay. This genuinely, like... fighting fine likely more to more than double Twitter's costs. Oh my God. Okay, well, they addressed it then. Nice. Fantastic. Oh, no. This isn't even the cost of them fighting the charge. This is additional civil penalties. According to an Australian government review of the Online Safety Act, Twitter could owe civil penalties up to approximately $530,000 for failing to comply with a reporting notice, potentially more than double its costs after fighting the initial fine. Between this... and this is still my interpretation. I don't know that this is a fact. This is just what I think. Twitter trying to get out of giving Brazil money in the recent court settlement by paying the wrong bank and then arguing to the Brazilian judge that they paid the correct bank. Like, I genuinely cannot imagine how thin the margins are over there. Like, Elon Musk might be sitting on a bunch of Tesla stock, but I feel like right now they're reusing the toilet paper at Twitter HQ, you know? They're using both sides of the two-ply. It's not good. They're washing paper plates, man. Yeah. It genuinely, I don't know. It really makes me wonder how this stuff is going to go down in the history books, because past a certain point, like, eventually, all of us, I'm sorry, spoilers, all of us will be dead. And all of this is going to be in the record books. And I do think that humanity, I'm not one of those people who thinks like, oh, what if we're all gone in 100 years? I don't think that. I will persist, you know, we're tenacious folk. I just wonder how this is going to be evaluated in retrospect. I've said this before, but like, as evil as people like Henry Ford or Rockefeller or whatever else, like the magnates, the barons, the tycoons of the 150 years ago, whatever, as evil as they were, and often like evil and in some specific ways quite stupid, they were in their own ways really impressive people. And I say impressive here not as like a moral judgment, but just in the sense of like, wow, I didn't know one person could assimilate that much industry under one banner that quickly. That's crazy. They they were it's like kind of like the way Thomas Edison was an impressive guy. Like he was a gigantic piece of shit, but like he had a mind for business. But I wonder how the history books are going to go over this, right? Because it's like, oh yeah, okay, so for a while you had, like, for the longest time, power and merit had nothing to do with each other because of the nobility. You were born into a class that, like, determined your power. Yeah, sometimes you had, like, merchant kings or generals who rose up to prominence. You had people like Napoleon who kind of seized power themselves. But for the most part, like, being a member of the ruling class and being, like, an impressive person, no correlation. And then you have the birth of capitalism and, like, modern liberal democracy in its form, like, 300 years ago. And from that point forward, you did have this era of people in power, generally speaking, were more impressive. The founding fathers were almost to a man pieces of shit, but a lot of them genuinely were very impressive people for their time. You can't really argue that. Like, no one's going back and arguing like, oh, George Washington is like an idiot. That's not the argument people make. They're like, well, no, he was a slave master. He was a piece of shit, which is true. Likewise with a lot of them, you know? And same with the business magnates of the era. And you have this like, okay, well, now we kind of have a meritocracy in the sense that the most ruthless motherfuckers can get ahead a little more. And then at some point in the past 100 years, that just stopped. And now we're back to before, where basically all wealth is like inheritance or stock market gambling or like bullshit pump and dump schemes or venture capital nonsense or .com bubbles or whatever. Like it's not really intelligent business magnates working day in and day out to build an empire. It's like sometimes idiots just like the random lava lamp wax bubbles of the cosmos arranging people in a format where some of them are privileged over others. And anyway, I guess the point that I'm getting at is I feel like this is a very damaging narrative psychologically. I think I like it more, the idea that evil people are competent in their evil and that there's some kind of like oppositional force here that isn't just constant relentless retardation. You know what I mean? It's like with the modern Republican Party. I can't even give them credit for being like competently evil. They're just like they're death cultists. They hate the world. They lie all the time, and a lot of them are genuinely very unimpressive people. Trump is not an impressive person. Yeah, I guess save maybe for his very specific brand of charisma. The Republican Party in general is run by idiots and grifters. It doesn't matter. Ronald Reagan is competent evil. Ronald Reagan was, in his own way, very, very competent. Not saying he's a good person. He was very competent at being a bad person. But at least that gives you, like, a picture to paint, right? It's a little bit easier to point at a person and be like, oh, yeah, like, this guy, the Rockefellers, or Henry Ford. Like, yeah, these are, like, magnates of evil. But nowadays, it's like, well, no, everyone's just fucking stupid. I don't know. Just a little bit... Basically, you would rather it be a plan. I guess I just prefer the idea of so much suffering and misery being caused by active, competently executed malice rather than a gaggle of inbred morons stumbling into power and then just fucking things up along the way. I think it's a little more satisfying. You know what I mean? I think there's something to this. I think that, like, historically, we get more out of it if we view these oppositional forces as competent enough to, like, understand what they're doing. I wonder if the history books will frame it in this way. I wonder if the history book, like, I wonder if 100 years from now, people will be like, yeah, Elon Musk was evil and very intelligently used his power and privilege to fight for fascism. I wonder, you know, because they want it to be a narrative too. I don't know. God, that would be an awful narrative. Yeah, and if that ends up being the case, it makes you think like, okay, well, what if Henry Ford and Rockefeller and all those other guys were also incredibly dumb and genuinely like were unimpressive and just circumstance favored them, and the only reason we think of them as impressively evil is because history has given them agency they did not possess at the time. Is Peter Thiel competent evil? No! He's not! Have you seen him speak in public? He's this like simpering little weakling dipshit. He's like a egomaniac with like fucking mommy issues. He's a moron. He can't articulate his ideology. He's just one of those, well, yeah, I'm racist, but I'm not one of the stupid ones, motherfuckers, you know? It's embarrassing. Thank you, Flub. They're all like this, yeah. Are there any competent evil people anymore? I don't know. Dick Cheney? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's out of now he's endorsed Kamala Harris. So whatever. Netanyahu? Nah, Netanyahu's not really competent. I don't know. I think maybe it's social media. Maybe it's populism. Maybe it's the idea that like in order to be a populist and evil, you have to appeal to the evil in the population, and that will always make you stupid. And people always drink the Kool-Aid. People always get high on their own supply. You know, if you're a fascist and you gain power by screeching fascism from the rooftops, you will inevitably like internalize the stupidity of your own logic, and it will make you a stupider person. You don't maintain this like Machiavellian awareness that you're only saying these things to maximize the public appeal. You just end up falling for it, and you end up like unironically believing in the things that you initially disingenuously believed in order to appeal to a fascist leaning population. Stared too long into the abyss. Yeah, no, literally. I mean, yeah, essentially, yes. Lenin precisely describes this part of the phenomenon. Well, you know, Lenin was an impressive guy. Also pretty evil, but... Lenin was competent evil? Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. Just something to think about, I guess. Me to me, you know? Reminder on how incompetent Peter Thiel comes across when he speaks. Yeah, I don't just want to give people shit for being socially anxious, but this is a step beyond that, you know? Behold, one of the architects of our crumbling democracy.
Man, am I allowed to respond to that?
Yeah, if you'd like.
I feel I shouldn't dignify it with a response, but it is just, you know, this is just, it's sort of it sort of feels like the pot calling the kettle black, or people in glass houses shouldn't throw rocks.
Elon Musk should love him. They're so similar. They're similar in very many ways. Yeah.
But you know, in my telling, the only genocidal.
This is how, when you bottoms start bottom posting, this is how you sound to me, by the way. Not even joking. When you guys do you get called out and you're like, I'm about a keyboard smashing. Like, this is what you sound like to me.
Thing there is Hamas, and you know, they didn't kill every last Jewish person in Israel, but it wasn't for lack of desire to do so. They wanted to kill every last Jewish person, and they just did not have the means to do it.
What is he saying? He's talking about October 7th, which is an event that I've never heard of before.
If one element of, you know, normally the
This isn't even the worst clip that I've seen of him. Like, this is mostly just stammering. He is just, in some cases, been remarkably... Don't replay. I didn't ask you to replay. I saw this bit with Kamala Harris. It's really, really rough. I can't play it. I can't play it, unfortunately, because it's from 60 Minutes. It's definitely copyright. Do you think I could get away with playing the audio if I paused it decently often? Monday, on a 60 Minutes election special, Bill Whitaker asks Vice President Kamala Harris if the U.S. lacks influence over American ally, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. God, that's so true. And the answer is yes. Completely, like, off the fucking leash with this one.
We supply Israel with billions of dollars in military aid. Mm-hmm. And yet, Prime Minister Netanyahu seems to be charting his own course. The Biden-Harris administration has pressed him to agree to a ceasefire. He's resisted.
I guess I can, like, show you a little bit, right? Just to get the vibe.
You urged him not to go into Lebanon. He went in anyway.
Look at her fucking face, dude. She's like, come on, man. You know I can't answer this. You know I can't answer this. Come on.
He has promised to make Iran pay for the missile attack, and that has the potential of expanding the war. Does the U.S. have no sway over Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Oh, and this is how Whitaker looks here, by the way. And I know he generally looks like this, but he just looks so stately. Look at how good he looks, man. He looks like you know who he looks like? He looks like Commissioner Gordon. Not like any specific actor playing him, but like the idea of Commissioner Gordon. I like his stash. You know, he's got a fantastic stash. 100%, yeah. DEI Gordon. You know who DEI Gordon is? DEI Commissioner Gordon is when they make him white. Don't step to me.
The aid that we have given Israel allowed Israel to defend itself against 200 ballistic missiles
200.
that were just meant to attack the Israelis and the people of Israel. And
as opposed to ballistic missiles that, like, aren't used to attack people. Also, how many billions of dollars for a few missiles? 200? Jesus. How many missiles has Israel launched?
when we think about the threat that Hamas, Hezbollah presents, Iran, I think that it is without any question our imperative to do what we can to allow Israel to defend itself against those kinds of attacks.
I'm so sick of the euphemism. I'm so fucking sick of hearing over and over again, they should be allowed to defend themselves. No one is stopping Israel from defending themselves. That's the fucking point. They're not like Ukraine, where without our support, they would crumple and fold immediately. Israel, without our support, would still be extremely capable of defending themselves. And I'm not even to say, by the way, that they should be allowed to at all. Like, I'm not even talking about like a more substantive critique of Israel. I'm just talking like the idea that they rely on us to defend themselves. Maybe they rely on us in order to like continue this war effort, but to defend themselves, no. And with no conditions. Yeah, literally no strings attached money. When do we give no strings attached money to like anyone? You know, when we provide foreign aid to other countries, we usually do so under like humanitarian conditions. With Ukraine, there were a bunch of conditions and like requests and hemming and hawing and so on. But with Israel, just $50 bajillion all the time, no questions asked, no strings attached. Polite requests made, maybe, but nothing beyond that.
Now, the work that we do diplomatically with the leadership of Israel is an ongoing pursuit around making clear our principles, which include the need for humanitarian aid, the need for this war to end, the need for...
exactly. No, whimsical, you're right. We don't even provide unconditional aid to Americans for American programs, like welfare-wise. We don't even like do no strings attached money to our own citizens. It's fucking insane. It's insane. I know that a lot of people watching this, I have to repeat this every time because a lot of people are genuinely curious and a lot of people I feel like are kind of susceptible to conspiratorial thinking on this. There's nothing conspiratorial here, right? AIPAC has a lot of reign in the US, in large part because a broad coalition of right-wing business interests, military-industrial complex interests, the Republican Party, and yes, Zionists, Jewish or Christian, have folded into it like a whole bunch of statements and beliefs and preconditions that ostensibly are about defending Israel, but in reality are about using that as a front to advance right-wing interests. And because it's bundled up under the like virtue signal of being pro-Israel, it's very difficult for even Democrats to attack it. To give you an example, right? Like AIPAC hasn't even spoke out against Mark Robinson yet, have they? The black Nazi, North Carolina, gubernatorial candidate, loves pissing, that guy. So even people who openly like praise Hitler, the AIPAC doesn't go after them. If you think they're sincerely some kind of like Jewish control org, I've got a bridge to sell you, man. I've got a bridge that's 10 feet underwater in North Carolina to sell you. It's purely just like the right wing like funding block, and they use, because it's a lot easier to sell the right-wing funding block as like a pro-Israel thing or a pro-Jewish thing than it is to go like, yeah, this is the pro-racism pack. Sure, that'll sell with some people, but it's a little bit easier, and you get Democrats like being unable to attack you because now the Democrats open themselves up to being accused of anti-Semitism if they attack AIPAC, which is bullshit. AIPAC is itself anti-Semitic, of course. The right wing is anti-Semitic as a front. But anyway, that's the gist of it. Just to be clear, you know, it's the whole thing is a stupid little naming. It's the exact same reason that you'll get like a bill. The point of a bill is like to increase police funding, and they'll call it like the Save American Babies Act or something. It's just, oh, you're anti-saving American babies when you just don't want $50 trillion to go to cops. It's just that. It's just that stupid game over and over and over again.
A deal to be done, which would release the hostages and create a ceasefire. And we're not going to stop in terms of putting that pressure on Israel and in the region, including Arab leaders.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including
unimaginable weakness. What is the point of being a superpower? Yeah, we may have given them $50 bajillion with no strings attached, but also like our pressure, which has amounted to nothing, has achieved, you know, something. Look at her body language when she says this.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements.
Like me, when Biden has been championing the idea of pushing for a ceasefire for a year now, and nothing has happened
in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy.
She sounds like she's the president of Myanmar or something. That's not even a joke. Like, genuinely, the way, like the way American leaders talk about Israel, the way Kamala Harris right now is talking about Israel, it's like we're not even a superpower. Like, we're not even a regional power. We're just like you know, we're just like oh yeah, well, we're trying our best
for what needs to happen in the region.
Do we have a real close ally in Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think, with all due respect, the better question is, do we have an important alliance between the American people and the Israeli people?
Insanely revealing answer. Insanely revealing answer. How could you go this far to placate someone who's so openly antagonistic to our interests that you can't even pretend that he's an ally? In 1996, Bill Clinton famously said after meeting Netanyahu, who's the fucking superpower here? Yeah, because Netanyahu has always been a grimy fucking fascist. He always has been. He's always been a piece of shit. It's just that previous leaders were more aware of that. Bill Clinton didn't like him. Obama didn't like him. W didn't like him. No one likes Netanyahu, except for apparently Biden. Biden is the most cucked any American leader has ever been to Netanyahu, to Israel. Because he's ideologically a Zionist. Bosch, the point of being a superpower is to control black, brown, and Muslim countries. I understand there is a bias there, and I'm acknowledging that fact, but we would exercise way more control over any other country on Earth. Like, we wouldn't even do this shit for fucking England. Like, we're not giving England a $50 bajillion, no strings attached for nothing. Like, it's like, this is a very specifically toxic relationship. Trump likes him, right? Well, Trump's an idiot. Trump will like anyone who praises him. Netanyahu likes Trump because Trump will allow Netanyahu to do literally anything that he wants, because Islamophobia is a huge component. Okay, here, so let's like center this again. Thank you so much, whoever linked this. You linked it multiple times. You were so right to. Let's center this once again with like a comparison, a little bit of a contrast with the Republican Party, okay? Let's see. For as bad as Kamala Harris is on this, let's see how Republicans are on this.
You can thank Donald Trump and Elon Musk for that. But look, you know, I've been going all over South Carolina like most people. I hadn't slept much. But look what's going on in Israel. Our friends in Israel are surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them, a second Holocaust in the making. And Biden says be proportional. What is the proportional response to people who want to kill you and your family? God. They're running out of ammunition.
In a segment that was about the devastation in North Carolina, he was literally like, okay, yeah, but what about Israel? We need more money for Israel.
Israel, we have to help our friends to keep the war over there from coming here. They're willing to.
You can thank Donald Trump and Elon Musk for that.
Literally, it's yeah, from coming here. Yeah, it's literally. He also mistakenly said South Carolina. Yeah, because he doesn't give a shit. Like, you know, his AIPAC handler told him, like, you have to bring up Israel during this upcoming, you know, fucking Hannity interview. And again, if you think any of this has anything to do with Jews, again, I've got a bridge to sell you, okay? Like, yeah, Lindsey Graham, these, like, far-right fascists who are constantly spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. What's the grand unifying theory there, you know? You know, Jews and Nazis together for Jewish supremacy? Come on. It's just a right-wing bloc. That's it. Another $50 trillion to Israel. Blows my mind the media doesn't talk about Netanyahu's history with Holocaust denialist rhetoric. Well, the kind of people who like Netanyahu also tend to be friends with Holocaust deniers, so... Literally, all we have to do is point to Israel's sterling endorsement of apartheid South Africa. They try to summon nukes. It's an evil country. It's an evil country. Israel's it's a uniquely evil country because it's an ongoing settler colonial project. Unlike a lot of other countries that have really bad, like, leadership or who have, like, cultures that propagate really, really bad ideas, Israel was like, what if we took the worst elements of essentially the Western world and we congregated them all in like one ideological force? And it's essentially just old world colonialism, you know? What if, like, all these like elements of civilization building that we mostly left behind in the 19th century, what if we just did it again now, but now we have, like, smartphones, you know? Modern day Rhodesia. That's it. What if Rhodesia never, like, lost the support of the British government, right? Like, you know, it's literally just that. It's not, it's the population of Israel, as was discussed the last time this came up, is also uniquely bad. So many of them are pro-genocide. Like, genuinely, any polling of the Jewish population in Israel, like, it's insane how Hitlerite they are. Why is that? Because a lot of the Jews in Israel are Jews who lived in Europe or America or whatever, who came over to be the front line of a settler colonial project. They're not just, like, random people, you know? They're not like, you know, like, just like, they're just like, you know, a random sample or selection. A lot of them came over to be a part of the project. And I'm pretty sure most of them are actually from other parts of the Middle East. I'm not sure about the exact proportion or ratio. A significant number of the Jewish residents of Israel came over within their lifetime to be a part of the settler colonial project. Also, keep in mind, so did a lot of the diaspora from other parts of the Middle East, right? Like, that doesn't necessarily absolve them ideologically. They went from being an underclass in a different country in a lot of cases to being able to, like, turn it around. It's just a bad project, man. Here's a good example. 47% of Israeli Jews want to expel Arabs from the country. Yeesh. Pew study finds 79% believe Jews should get preferential treatment over Arab citizens. This is from 2016, too. 61% believe Israel was given by God to the Jewish people. Hey guys, it's the 21st century. Maybe we can move past the like God gave me this land bit. Most Americans don't rep that anymore. You know, for the most part, Americans are just like, yeah, USA, USA. You don't really have people running around screaming. Even Republicans, for the most part, aren't running around screaming shit like God gave us this land. It's just outdated. It's just old. It's old. I'm not F3. This is how cucked we are. Biden tells Israel to not strike nuclear facilities in Iran. Israel just openly told the Defense Department they can't make promises. Yeah, I don't want to be like an American chauvinist or anything, but I think that if we're giving you billions in free weapons and you tell our Defense Department that you can't make promises to the requests we make of you, you should be regime changed. I'm sorry. I can't believe this shit, man. Macron is stopping weapons to Israel. Well, that's nice at least. Macron calls for arms sale ban on Israel as Gaza war nears a year. Yep, tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of October 7th, the event that I don't know what it is. "65% of Israeli Jews believe the IDF soldiers who raped Palestinians in prison should not face criminal charges." Yeah, to be clear, guys, there are no questions whether or not those IDF members raped the people. It's on video. So 2/3 of Israeli Jews full on think like you can rape Arabs and that's fine. Like that's how bad this country, like that's how sick this country is. That's why like it's not just Netanyahu that has to go. It's the whole project. Israel as a project, we're just building like Hitler too. That's it. You can't fix that. Can you clarify what you mean by the whole project? The settler colonial project of Israel. Israel in its state, like in this form of Israel, you know? Yeah, you need like a factory reset of it. I don't think you can like dissolve Israel and just return Palestine to its former borders. Because like logistically that's just not really that feasible, but like the project in its current form, the idea of Israel as a like God-given Jewish state, that shit, no, I'm sorry, it's not working. It's not working, man. Ethno-states are a bad idea from the get-go, and here's your evidence. We give you effectively like Western culture in the Middle East and all the weapons in the world to defend yourself, so there's no legitimate fear of being destroyed by your neighbors. You are freed from the legitimate fear of being destroyed by your neighbors. And what happens? You just turn into fucking Nazi Germany too! It's not good. Oh yeah, the French hate to give up their colonial projects messing away. They kind of didn't, you know? The fact that Israel hasn't reported casualties in Lebanon for the past few days. I mean, how do you report casualties in an area where the bombs are still falling? Israeli strikes batter Beirut in the heaviest bombardment so far. Like, I'm pretty sure the death toll in Beirut is getting higher than it was during any point of the 2006 war. At least with regards to civilians. No, I mean IDF soldier casualties. They're not reporting soldier deaths, but they also haven't made much land advancements. I mean, I hope it turns into a meat grinder for them. You know, Israel can't just do whatever it wants. The IDF is, as far as I can tell, heavily ideologically run and full of fucking morons. like judging by how poorly they've managed the Gaza Strip with modern weapons, with a modern massive military and American-made weapons, they've still taken like an entire year dicking about in the Gaza Strip when like competent military. Look at how quickly the Gulf War ended. You know? Yeah, it's a bunch of mandatory service 19-year-old fascists hopped up on the promise that they can kill and rape their own Arabs, you know? I don't think they're very competent, and evidence suggests they're not competent. The mythology of, like, Krav Maga being the ultimate martial art and IDF soldiers being uniquely well-trained is total, like, propaganda bullshit. It's propaganda directly out of Israel in a lot of cases. You know, it's not... I don't think it's necessarily representative of reality. Certainly not now. So if they're not reporting their own soldiers' casualties, hopefully that's because Hezbollah provides, like, you know, effectively holds the line. I don't know how well they will. I mean, it's still the IDF. They're very large, but... Well, Massaguey, it makes sense, right? Like, the people in there are probably being promoted based on ideological allegiance, less so than competence. Of course, Soli. They have to use insurgency tactics. The IDF soldiers are incompetent. Emma Vigeland had an expert on the other day who talked about how they marched an entire special forces squad into a booby trap house and lost every single one of them. Sucks to suck. Did you not say before that if the eyes of the world weren't on Israel, they could just obliterate Gaza in like 48 hours? Sure, if they just used their weapons, right? If there were no concerns from the rest of the world and Israel was operating in a bubble, every single Arab in the Gaza Strip would be dead right now. It would just be like an ocean of blood spilling into the Mediterranean. The only thing that's stopping that is like the barest vestige of sense that there are some limits when you're under international scrutiny like this. It's a lot harder to clear out an area when you're trying to not kill everyone. You know, even the IDF could manage to liquidate the Gaza Strip if they were able to, if they wanted to. But the project of, like, you know, removing Hamas while not killing all the civilians, that's a little more complicated. Still, their incompetence is evident in how they've handled this. Is Hezbollah going to operate like the Viet Cong? I mean, in terms of like being an insurgency, I imagine, but not in any other senses. Like they're not going to march in formation, you know, like a platoon of Hezbollah and all like take crack shots with a rifle. Did you see Israel bombed a French gas company station in Beirut? I did not see that. Wonder if that's why Macron is mad. The single biggest attack of Israel's assault on Beirut so far. Not even any, like, casualty estimates. The weekend's intense bombardment came just ahead of the anniversary of the October 7th attack? I'm just hearing about this for the first time. Hey Vosh, I'm an Arab Israeli. I'm so sorry. And I can't tell you from previous history if this continuous, more inside attacks will continue like the one that happened today in Beersheba. Border cop killed 10 wounded in terror shooting attack at Beersheba Central Bus Station. Terrorist opened fire at McDonald's. Gunman was Israeli citizen and relative of perpetrator of 2015 attack inside same bus station. Huh. Guess there's a genetic propensity for that. So wait, who was the shooter? Ahmad al-Ukbi. I wonder if they were Arab. Yeah, stuff like this is just going to keep happening. I mean, what do you expect? You're openly engaging in a campaign of genocide against Arabs, and you have an apartheid state against Arabs. Like, yeah, it's going to create resentment in Arabs. Like, French gas company getting bombed. Oh, we even have video of it. Israel has targeted French multinational company Total Energies gas station in oh. I don't know if I necessarily trust this Twitter source. Did it really happen after Macron said that he wants to ban aid to Israel? Why does this specific conflict always get drowned in historical or policy terms? Like, it always feels like people who downplay Israel's actions try to make it seem so complicated. Yeah, it's the informed simplicity thing. Like, it's such an easy conflict to read, morally speaking. Israel is a fascist apartheid ethno-state with a fascist war cabinet and a largely fascist population, to be clear here. It's not like they're all victims being pulled along for this. In a sociological sense, I mean, we're all victims of the, you know, environmental influences and so on and so on. But, like, it's not like it's just the leadership or whatever. Bombing like 4 adjacent countries, getting infinite money from the US for nothing. Like, it's so moral. It's like, it's so clear. I'm happy to hear that, Zindus. Thank you. Israel blew up a Canadian-built water plant in Gaza after Canada stopped weapon shipments a few weeks back. Israel would bomb the White House if they could get away with it and if Biden stopped sending them weapons. They really do not give a shit. They're fascist ethno-nationalists who literally, like, a lot of them literally think they're God's chosen. I don't think the average Jewish person genuinely thinks they're God's chosen. First of all religious people think they're God's chosen. That's what it means to follow the religion. Second of all, I don't think most Jewish people genuinely hold that, like, to any meaningful degree of sincerity, I guess, because it's a pretty heavy belief to hold. A lot of the Jews in Israel do. They literally think they're God's chosen. They're waging a holy war. A lot of Jews don't believe in God. I grew up all around American Jews, and what's that joke? Oh man, who told it? I wish I remembered it. I think I heard it on Chapo Trap House or something, where it was like the guy, you know, a Protestant goes to a priest to apologize for having committed sin and get such and such, and a Catholic man goes to a Catholic priest and apologizes for having done such and such, and then a Jewish man goes to a rabbi to apologize to God for having done such and such, and the rabbi is like, "You believe in God? What are you, a kid?" or something like that. I don't know. There was a whole bit to it. I remember this joke. It's better when you remember the joke. It's a good bit, though. Yeah, I don't know, funny rhetorician. No, Emma Gold, dude. I can't imagine so. I don't know. Like, you're just going to have to reconcile what you believe. The idea of, like, whether or not Israel is an apartheid ethno-state, though, is, like, pretty laughably easy to settle. You can engage in, like, I don't know, definitional p-hacking. I mean, you can be like a pedant and be like, all right, well, technically, well, a genocide by the UN terms of da-da-da, it's not ambiguous. Any, like, hemming and hawing and wheedling that you could do with this, you could have with equal measure done to the Germans and their treatment of Jews in, like, the early 1930s. Like, genuinely. It's like, are you here to, are you here to, like, argue, or are you here to identify moral wrong and seek to correct it, you know? Because you can always argue about the fringe definitions of anything, right? Is America capitalist? Is it a mixed economy? Is it socialist? Was Nazi Germany fascist? I know that sounds like a kind of obviously answered question, but doesn't fascism require total sublimation to the state, whereas the German government actually permitted several business magnates to do trade overseas, even with potential enemies? Like, wouldn't that indicate that they weren't totally committed to the precepts of fascism? Well, okay, again, are you trying to seek meaning here, or are you trying to, like, you know, remove meaning by through pedantry, effectively? Israel is an apartheid ethno-state. It's not exactly an unpopular opinion. But don't, like, litigate, don't like proxy argue between me and Lonerbox or whatever. Lonerbox is an astute and intelligent person who, on many matters, I imagine, specifically these, disagrees with me. It's your job to, if you want to watch me and him and come to your conclusions, not like, can you argue it out? But the drama crop is wilting? Thank God. Tedious. Well. Tenuous, who cares?
Anniversary of Hamas's October. On the eve of the first anniversary of Hamas's October 7 attack on Israel, the country continued its barrage on Gaza. Dozens were killed and wounded when Israeli airstrikes hit a mosque and a school, sheltering displaced people in the enclave early on Sunday. That's according to the Hamas-run Gaza government media office. The Israeli military called the attack precise strikes on Hamas terrorists who were operating embedded in the school and...
The Hamas-run bullshit is so fucking... They don't do that when they get figures from the Israeli government.
Mosque in the Deir al-Balah area in central Gaza, a claim Hamas rejects. Palestinian health officials said at least another 20 people had been killed since Saturday night in northern Gaza after the Israeli army sent tanks into the area for the first time in months and urged residents to leave. Hamas attacked southern Israel on October 7, 2023, killing 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. Israel's subsequent military assault on Gaza has killed nearly 42,000 Palestinians, according to Gaza's health ministry.
Yeah, there's no fucking way that number is even remotely accurate at this point. Like, you're telling me that numbers stayed the same for the past, what, 6 months? It's literally, like, no chance whatsoever. There's not the infrastructure left to even count. We're not going to find out for a long time. Probably through, like, I don't know, excess mortality measures or something. We should have never allowed Israel to have nuclear weapons. No, we shouldn't have. In the long arc, Israel is probably more dangerous to world peace than even Russia is. Russia is obviously, like, untrustworthy, armed with nuclear weapons, invaded Ukraine, so on and so forth. But at least there's a clear oppositional line defined there, and Russia has demonstrated for years, decades now, that it's capable of existing on the other side of that line without, like, literally going nuclear. I genuinely feel like Israel they'd hit the big red button if the war ever turned against them, you know? Or if we ever stopped, like, supporting them and things turned badly or whatever. It's so unstable, and we've done nothing but contribute to that instability. Great, Von Claire. We're still not evacuating people out of Lebanon, even as suburban apartment blocks are getting leveled in Beirut. It's important to note the pattern of bombing. Israel has shut down 3 hospitals in Lebanon by non-stop bombing them. Wonder why they keep targeting hospitals. Well, even though southern Lebanon is pretty much, like, entirely controlled by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah has the ability to, you know, dig bunkers and tunnels and networks and have whole facilities, I'm sure all these hospitals are, like, secretly Hezbollah bases. Just gonna get it over and over and over. The Apollo affair? Oh yeah, when Israel allegedly stole our enriched uranium. U.S. company NUMEC investigated for losing 200 to 600 pounds of highly enriched uranium, which suspicions that it had gone to Israel's nuclear weapons program. The FBI investigated Zalman Shapiro, president of Nuclear Materials and Equipment Corporation, over the loss of 206 pounds of highly enriched uranium. He was a longtime Zionist. He had business interests and contacts among high government officials in Israel, including a contract to build nuclear-powered generators for Israel. The Atomic Energy Commission, Central Intelligence Agency, other government agencies, and inquiring reporters conducted similar investigations. No charges were ever filed. I lose highly enriched uranium all the time. True. Anyway, it was never actually, like, conclusively determined. Suspiciously 600-pound lump of uranium in my throat. They defo attacked the USS Liberty, though? Well, yeah, of course. Remember the Liberty? People really, like, overstate the Liberty thing, you know? Like, yeah, it's a settler colonial project. Yeah, the IDF has always been, like, full of lunatics because they literally joined the military of a settler colonial project for a nation that is founded on the principle of ethno-nationalism and the belief in their being chosen by God. Did they attack the USS Liberty, like, deliberately? I don't know, probably, because they were, like, assholes. It's just, I guess this is, like, the least compelling of the stuff they've done. Like, oh, they attacked a US ship. We're America, we can handle a ship being attacked, okay? Like, it's to me, the USS Liberty has always been, like, kind of an anti-Semitic dog whistle, because if you actually gave a shit about the bad that Israel's done, there's a litany of evidence of all the bad they've done, and them attacking, like, one ship attacking the USS Liberty, like, maybe it was an accident or whatever, like, who cares? What is the relation? Like, who cares? 60 years ago, some guys attacked us and it was maybe an accident. I don't know. It seems to me like the admission there is that you only care about Israel is the perceived harm that they do to America and not, like, the world, you know? The point is that they're not our allies in any way. You can't make that statement based on something that happened 60 years ago. Like that to me is where the anti-Semitism comes up a little bit. What do you mean they? Like, the Israeli people or government today, because the ship 60 years ago is that, like, would we use that as evidence then that, like, it's impossible for America to ever have a genuinely positive relationship with, like, any country ever, if any accident or non-accident, or, like, our soldiers just did, like, a war crime or something? I don't know. It's just, like, a weird one to me. I just never given a shit about the Liberty. In fairness, wasn't it Nazis blowing up merchant ships that got you to fight in the European theater? I don't understand what the relationship is here. The question is whether or not Israel is loyal based on what happened 60 years ago, not like, do you defend yourself against deliberate declarations of war and attacks on our ship? There's no relationship here. Also, what is it with the obsession of loyalty? Israel doesn't have to be loyal to the US. They're a different country. That's not what loyalty is. This, to me, has always been an anti-Semitism thing. Because we're loyal to them. No, we shouldn't misuse that language, okay? Loyalty, there are very specific connotations here. It's one of the reasons why the dual loyalty thing is like an anti-Semitic trope, you know? There are many instances where attacks on American ships led to war or military actions, and there are instances where it didn't. Also, what are you insinuating that like America's cucked to Israel because 60 years ago we didn't declare war on it because one of our ships got attacked in what they claimed was an accident? That's insane. I don't even understand the implication of what you're suggesting. It wasn't an accident? Okay. I don't understand what you're saying. There were so many attacks on American ships during the war. Yeah. Literally, like, if you want to look at records of, like, every time ostensibly allied nations attacked one another over, like, maybe accident, maybe it was, like, a deliberate one, a deliberate attack. Anyway, I don't get it. Like, it was also literally an intelligence ship that was running totally silent, monitoring communication. I mean, to me, it's just like you can literally look at examples of that happening all the time, of like random fire being traded between countries that aren't at war. You don't declare war over that. Are you insane? I feel like the implication, because what a lot of people do is like, oh, it indicates Israel isn't loyal to us. For one, they're a different country. Loyalty isn't a thing countries can do. That's not what countries do. They have like interests, like was said earlier in chat. For two, why would it be in Israel's interest to like direct their soldiers to randomly attack an American intelligence ship? And then like say it was an accident. Why? What's the point of that? Third, if it wasn't the government, but it was like the soldiers there being insane or like making a mistake or whatever, is the implication that America should have declared war on Israel over that? Because I feel like some people are either saying like, well, Israel's either being disloyal to us or we're being cucked to them by not attacking them back. False flag? Why would it be a false flag? Why would America destroy its own ship using Israeli what? That doesn't make sense. You're just saying things. Egypt, the conspiracy is that they were going to frame Egypt. Okay. I just don't understand this. The conspiracy claim was that Israel's attack was supposed to make the US think Egypt had attacked them, then retaliated before the dust settled. Okay. That'd be like a pretty shitty thing to do. Have you talked about the hurricane yet? It'd be preferable to talking about this. Jesus Christ. Yeah, remember the USS Liberty is a phrase that I exclusively associate with Nazis. If you have problems with Israel, the idea of deferring to like a 60-year-old military false flag conspiracy over the ongoing genocide is just like an insane, yeah, insane pull. It's very Dancing Israelis coded. Yeah, it usually gets used in like the same, you know. Oh, boy. Now I feel a bit better, Annie. So we got some news. Tropical storm Milton, its trajectory has shifted south and also it got stronger. Sorry.
All right, we are tracking Milton and getting ready for the impacts from a significant storm here in Southwest Florida. The news this morning, as we've been looking at some of the forecast models, has not been trending in our favor, as we expect to see what could be a major hurricane heading over toward the Florida Gulf Coast, likely by Tuesday night and into Wednesday. Here's the latest.
God is punishing Florida. Yeah, it's hurricane now.
Clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Winds at 65. So a tropical storm now, but it's moving into a bubble, a pocket of some very favorable conditions, and that's why I expect this to intensify into a hurricane as early as today. And here's the latest updated forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. By tomorrow morning, a Category 2 hurricane with winds at 100 miles per hour, and then ramping up in intensity based on all the models that we're looking at.
Welcome
it's
in.
likely going to be a significant storm off of Florida's Gulf Coast and all of Southwest Florida in the forecast cone of concern. And that means it's more likely than not that we're going to see some pretty significant impacts from a hurricane. Now, there's still some margin for error, some uncertainty in terms of the exact landfall. Really, anywhere in the forecast cone, we could see this storm moving ashore. Either that's north of Tampa, St. Pete, or farther south over Southwest Florida. But I will say the trend and looking at the different forecast models has been a shift farther south, and the National Hurricane Center with this new update has shifted the forecast cone to include more of Southwest Florida. And it's something else I want to really stress here too. Even if we see a storm that moves north of our area, remember, we're going to be on the southern end of it, the southern side, and that's where those winds are blowing on shore, and that's going to create a significant storm surge threat for our area.
Yeah, show the storm surge.
As we look at the different model plots, these are known to shifts and trend in different directions. Yesterday, you had a lot of these clustered north of Tampa. Today, we've seen a shift south, which is why the National Hurricane Center has also adjusted their forecast. You can see a big clustering closer to Sarasota, and even if that plays out, we would still see a lot of storm surge, unfortunately.
Yeah, with very low vertical wind shear and incredibly warm sea surface temperatures. Hey guys, I've been not paying attention for the past decade and a half. Why are all the sea temperatures so warm? Dude, this is actually so fucking scary. Look at this. The longer the hurricane stays in the Gulf, the stronger it's gonna get. It dissipates once it hits land. Once it hits Florida, it's fucking Bing chillin' over here. Look at this. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, then it hits Wednesday. It's moving. It's literally like fucking DK with the charge punch. You know, we're doing a neutral special right now. It literally like God is charging a big knockout punch right here. It's not good. The hotter the Gulf, the more energy to build. Yeah, I'm not a meteorologist. I don't know the details. When it's warm, it's more dangerous. I don't know. With the temperature being warmer than usual, there's more moisture in the air, which causes drag for storms, slowing them down, resulting in the dumping of even more rain. Actually, that makes sense. So warm water, warm sea temperature means warm air, which has a higher humidity cap, which means more water in the air, which means the hurricane builds more water and slows down. That makes sense. I can understand how, like, on a small scale, that logic could be extrapolated out into a windstorm the size of a state, multiple states. Is there an argument to just abandon the rural regions of Florida? I don't want to be doomer about this. Like, I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to be sensationalist in a way that would make me look like I'm trying to farm negativity for content. It is possible we're going to have to abandon a large part of the southeastern United States. The problem here is that there are parts of the world that regularly get really bad weather events relatively frequently, but those are parts of the world where we're okay with people dying a lot, and they live in wooden huts, you know? Like in Southeast Asia, there are areas that get bombarded all the time, but we're okay with them dying, and we don't expect all of them to have indoor plumbing and roads. For us, where Hurricane Helene was a colossal disaster with only a few hundred dead, and I'm not saying only like that's a small amount, I'm just saying like compared to what you'd expect from like a big tropical storm in the Philippines or whatever, it might be possible that some of the more low-lying areas, or the areas that are susceptible to mudslides, or the areas that are like very difficult to reach without long, well-connected roads that dip into low-lying areas, it's possible some of those parts of the country might not be infrastructurally possible to keep up, because you can repair it all you want, but next year it's going to get got again, you know? We're going to see the same thing happen eventually in Arizona. Arizona is already, like, essentially uninhabitable without air conditioning, unless you want to live in an underground pit that you've dug yourself, and you hide out and only hunt during the night or whatever. Yeah, it's also not possible to insure these properties. It would bankrupt any government. It would bankrupt the United States. Can you imagine providing insurance and just, like, rebuilding everything in this area every time? Impossible. Genuinely not doable. We couldn't. There's not enough money in the world. There's not enough resources, materials. There are like limits. There are limits. Hundreds of thousands of people are already being denied insurance from Helene. Yeah, and I don't want to be glib, but like, of course, what entity could possibly sustain an insurance model in this environment? You know? I'm not trying to be, you know, build stronger houses. There's no house you can build that is so strong that it can survive flood conditions reliably. Floods are just, like, really bad. Water always wins. Water always wins. And it's not just houses. It's the electrical infrastructure. It's the supply lines. It's the roads. It's not just like a little concrete box or whatever, you know? Water always wins. So, yeah. Don't forget the sewers. Yeah, not even to mention underground infrastructure. I mean, keeping the water lines clean. Because anytime, like, the water system ruptures, congratulations, you've got poop coming out of your sink tap. Exactly, Kowalski. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I feel really bad for the people hit by Helene, but the money that's going to go into repairing those areas, I think you should be building in, like, the Midwest, where the climate is actually really good and you have more fresh water, you know? Like, go build a bunch of developments somewhere in, like, a part of Illinois that's, you know, an hour and a half drive from downtown Chicago. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Isn't that kicking the can down the road? Well, yeah, but what's the alternative? We all just kill ourselves? I mean, yeah, well, sure, yeah, but isn't that life? Is every day you eat, you're kicking the can down the road. Every time you drink water, you're kicking the can down the road. I mean... Would you feel the same if California has the big one and destroys a lot of infrastructure here? No, because earthquakes aren't really intensifying. I remember people in chat saying at some point in the past that earthquakes are through some, like, insane geological process that I don't understand. But, like, what we're looking at here is multiple hurricanes every single year. Each one has the potential of wiping out a chunk of the American Southeast, whereas for an earthquake, it's like, okay, every like 20 or 30 years, you get a massive one. Very different, you know? That being said, for me, it wouldn't be earthquakes. It would be the water in the American Southwest. That would be the issue there. It's running out of water. And to that, I say yes. Now, thankfully, we can fix the water problem with good resource use, i.e. stop, you know, industrial animal agriculture. a bunch of other stuff we can do as well. There's lots of policy room for improvement there. But we can't do anything about the hurricanes. There was nothing on God's earth that we can do, like, right now to stop a hurricane. In the long run, yeah, but not right now. We can nuke them. We could. Don't know what it would do, but... Yeah, Flevier, we're out of water. People don't... Like, the Colorado's out. Does it even divert to the ocean anymore? No. The Colorado River doesn't even hit the ocean anymore. It hasn't for, like, decades. And it's only gotten worse since then. I mean, the problem's been building for decades. We take more water from it than exists. It's not good. How long before we feel the crisis? It could happen pretty soon. I don't want to be alarmist about this, but if you live in an area, like, research where your town gets their water. If it's really far away, I would genuinely, like... I would at the very least keep, like, a bunch of water bottles in the basement, you know what I mean? Because the thing is, like, you die without water really quickly. If it becomes a problem, it's going to happen very quickly. You know? Just like logistically, imagine you're in Los Angeles right now, or God, Phoenix or something, and you and several million other citizens turn the tap on their sink and nothing comes out. You've got maybe 48 hours before you're shooting each other in the street for water. If that keeps up. Maybe. 48 might actually be an overstatement. I mean, you've got water bottles and stuff, but, like, nobody thinks that's lasting long. And it wouldn't. Why you gotta give me this anxiety? Well, move over to near the Great Lakes. They've got plenty of fresh water for now. Yeah, the AI hype bubble is also using up a bunch of fresh water. Every time you AI generate an anime girl with big boobies, it it evaporates 20 gallons of water or whatever. And they're conjuring a lot of boobies. People aren't talking about the Ogallala aquifer because it's drying up. Yeah, you should always have, like, emergency preparedness backpacks for sure. Much water as you can get on you. Ogallala. Supplies drinking water to 82% of the 2.3 million people who live within the boundary of the High Plains study area. And it's running out. Without this, we have no more farms in the Great Plains. It's not going to be good. Accelerated decline in aquifer storage. The depletion between 2001 and 2008, inclusive, is about 32% of the cumulative depletion during the entire 20th century. The demand for the water outstrips its replenishment. The water level is particularly on the decline in Texas and New Mexico. I don't know, Miller 6 the 9 man. We're using it to extract coal. Oh, we don't pay attention to water at all. Who could have seen this coming? Literally everyone. Here. I want to look at more about the actual hurricane this is meant to be about. I just gotta pee. One sec. Sorry, I took a look at myself in the mirror. You know what fabrics are going to hold up really well during the climate apocalypse and the subsequent water wars? Denim. That's right. You don't want to be wearing your damn polyester and rayon out there in the water wars, do you? Get real. Fuck off. I was planning on wearing human leather, much more sustainable. All right. Wonder how that breaks in. I've been wearing mine for 30 years, and sometimes it still creaks a bit when I get out of bed.
Here in Southwest Florida, so we should plan and prepare for a significant storm here as we head into Tuesday night and into Wednesday. So you have all day today, all day tomorrow to finish those preparations. Plan on the possibility of losing power for several days if we do see those hurricane force conditions here. In terms of the threats and the timeline, storm surge would most likely happen Tuesday night and through the first part of Wednesday. And we could be talking about several feet of storm surge. We'll know
Do they even have power? This is hitting a different place than Hurricane Helene. Maybe I'll move over there, Kowalski. See, the path for this one, Hurricane Helene hit up here, basically. It kind of clipped this area, but for the most part, it headed up. This is going to hit, like, just the body of Florida. They also have a bunch of loose debris from Helene that'll get blown around by this. Yeah, it's not going to assist in the recovery, that's for sure.
Brendan here at the National...
Okay. Could happen, but the season ends November. I mean, who knows when the season ends now, right? I mean, it's not like we're playing by the old rules. Also, November? Motherfucker, October, we're in the first week of October. We're getting 2 hurricanes in 1 week, basically. Kind of, adjacent weeks.
We're going to be watching that very closely.
I mean, this could end, like, keep in mind, this stuff develops. It's possible this ends up being a Category 4 or a Category 5. And it's not the wind speed so much as it is the storm surge, but models predict a Category 5. Yeah. In Milton, Cat 5. Hurricane Center, Milton could reach Category 5 strength, Florida target. Florida target?! God, you've disabled your targeting computer. I know, funny rhetorician. I hope you're okay. Or I guess I hope you're going to be okay. This is going to keep happening. Take a look at this shit. Yeah. We've all seen this chart, right? I know I've shown it several times before. All the gray... These are all of the sea surface temperatures year after year, like charted. And the gray lines down here are, you know, when you were growing up, basically. And the dashed black line here, these are averages for a time period. The orange is 2023, the red is 2024. I think this is good for climate scientists, kind of like how wars were good for surgeons back in the day. They get to improve their models and shit, silver lining. That's true. A lot of us are going to die. But on the plus side, 50 years from now, they will be able to predict when the rain will begin and end down to the second. It's going to be like Back to the Future too. Chad, I'm not a climate scientist. Is the red good? Just wait till we start seeing the, like, white. Also, sea surface temperature in the 30s? Am I getting that correctly? Am I stupid? 30 Celsius. Like, that's like 85 to 90 degrees in some places here in the Gulf of Mexico. Honestly, that sounds fucking comfy, man. I gotta go take a visit. I gotta go down to Mexico and take a little dip. It's like a fucking hot tub. I mean, it hit 100 in some places in Florida last year, right? Yeah, I guess so. We got it bad over here, man. Over here on the West Coast, you know, it's always just like a solid 15C. What is that, like 60 degrees, kind of? Gulf is shallow and warm. My grandpa used to dive down there every year in the summer before he got too old to do it. I always wished I could join him, but he got too old too quick, and I got old enough too slow. Maybe I'll go down one day. You can see coral graveyards, fun. Oh yeah, there are no more coral reefs in the Gulf of Mexico, right? They've all been bleached by heat, I assume. The Gulf has been boiling for a little while now. It's all white. An unimaginable amount of ecological diversity annihilated in just a few short years as the temperatures ramped up. Just graveyards the size of cities stretching out. We could have had such a beautiful future. Think of it this way. We could have had such a beautiful present. World's already kind of cooked. We can still have a beautiful future. Trust me, we fix this shit, it'll all bounce back. I mean, the coral reefs will take a bit, but in the grand, like, you know, geological timescale, it's even within a human timescale. I bet you with a little bit of seed sprinkling, you could probably get the coral reefs back up and running within our lifetime. Towards the latter half of it, I mean. In some places. I think it's possible. Not actually. Some of the tipping points we've hit are irreversible. My friend, time is irreversible. Every moment that passes, we've walked past another tipping point that can never be returned past. That's everything. All things are irreversible. We'll make it better. No nihilism, please. I'm doing the opposite of nihilism. Here, let me cheer y'all up. Do we eat him? Yes. This is our emergency preparedness meal. Wow, you look cozy. Third hurricane? Come on. Okay, I don't think we have to worry about these ones. Like, hurricanes do happen pretty often. You know, most of them just kind of like build and fall. These ones, they're not as dangerous because they're not in the Gulf of Mexico, right? If warmth is the thing that kicks up a hurricane, you know, out there in the middle of the Atlantic, it's not, the conditions won't cause a hurricane to just get stronger and stronger.
And we are back now on the Sunday edition of Fox Weather First Weekend, taking a quick look at Juno Beach, Florida this morning, just north of West Palm, where showers and thunderstorms likely later on today. 2 to 3 inches of rain, by the way, expected. A little bit fuzzy on that camera, but let's take you to this. This is
even he commented
clear
on it
as a crystal. We look at the Atlantic basin, and there's a couple of storms that we're talking about. Obviously, Milton here is going to take all of our attention, but I want to show you what's going on outside of Milton.
You know what I think? I don't think hurricanes should ever hit the land. I think that hurricanes should exclusively sink, like, naval fleets. I think that's what they're for. Hurricanes are caused by angry ocean and wind spirits working in tandem to foil the ambitious plots of men. You know? I think that that's what they should be for.
And we still have Kirk, a Cat 2 storm. Listen up, if you have any transatlantic cruise plans or you have any transatlantic flights, specifically to, say, London Heathrow International Airport, maybe Charles de Gaulle in Paris, or if you're going to be going to perhaps Portugal, that's here, or Spain, listen up, this system by the time...
Have you heard the latest Chud conspiracy theory about how the hurricane that hit North Carolina was caused by weather machines? Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene put that one out there. And like a lot of modern Republican conspiracy theories, there's barely any point in talking about it because there's no substance to it at all. There's not even anything interesting to debunk. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I almost miss the flat earthers. At least they cared. You know, like they believed it. Flat earthers used to be like a small group of crazy diehards who would go to conventions and they genuinely believed it and would try to argue it with evidence. Nowadays, no one's out there putting out evidence videos for the Democrat Jewish controlled weather machines. No one gives a shit. They just say whatever. It's fucking boring. Stupid. This is the only take in it worth having. They control the weather, but also they're not strong enough to control the weather. The mayor of Asheville, North Carolina is Esther E. Mannheimer. If you're wondering, yes, she is. So this person, this is a Nazi account. They're saying she's Jewish. 54,000 likes on this? That's how far we've gone? Jesus. What's the implication? That she used her, like, Jew powers to be a beacon to the hurricane? What, like, genuinely, what's even... I don't even understand. I did read through the comments in reply to this a bit, and people are arguing, and I'm not kidding. There are so many liberals in there being like, what does her being Jewish have to do with what happened to Asheville? And I did not see a single Nazi respond. All they did was say shit like, this one hasn't woken up, or if you know, you know, or look at the evidence, I'm noticing. It's like they're literally like zero effort on their part to even pretend that they have a belief. It's all bots. No, it should. Well, that's how Nazis argue, you know? The Nazis only do the like, debate me in the open marketplace of ideas thing when they're weak enough and unpopular enough that they have to pretend to be like motivated by logic. Once they have the numbers, they stop doing that and they just start like regressing to their real form, which is not pretending to care about what's true or not, like anti-empiricism, you know? If the Nazis genuinely think this, they don't believe it's, again, like I've said before, but it's anti-empiricism. They don't have empirical beliefs. They have strongly held emotional beliefs, hatred, fear, insecurity, and what they think is literally true shifts substantially to suit their needs or interests at any given point in time. It's weird, but it's also very consistent and very observably the case with them. Kyle called them postmodernists. Would that be accurate? I think in like a quippy way, yes. In a technically accurate way, no. Postmodernism is more about like the incongruity of the world and the inability for human like frameworks to holistically describe it, whereas the Nazis don't even believe in believing in a framework. Nazis aren't arguing that there are multiple ways of looking at things. They're arguing that I don't even know what the parallel would be. They're arguing that their way of things is correct, not because of any given set of facts, but because of how it makes them feel. I guess you could call it postmodernist in the sense that it's not modern, because modernism in this case is a side of, like, empiricist liberal, you know, like framework philosophically, but it's not really so much postmodernism, I guess, as it is pre-modernism. It's kind of like a modern's not the right term, like a contemporary equivalent to primitive mysticism, I would say. You know, like before the concept of science, more or less. It's like, what if you took a peasant-brained attitude towards empiricism and wrapped it up in like modern industrial power? And that's how you get like Nazi propaganda about Jews being a different species and having like horns growing out of their heads, when you know damn well they're the same species. You've been killing them and dissecting their bodies. You know perfectly fucking well they're exactly the same as non-Jewish people. You've seen, but it doesn't matter. They'll just invent, like they're you know, it doesn't correspond. That's why there's no arguing with them. Not really. By the time you finished using the dissected, you know, bodies at Auschwitz to argue against their belief that the Jews are a different species, they will look at you smirking because it doesn't matter anymore. The Jews are already dead. You know, like they never believed that, really. It was always just like a guise of a belief meant to obfuscate their real intention, which is hatred and bloodshed. Inhuman. Yeah, Skynet, you should probably blame Trudeau for that one. Is this take sound, or is Mehdi Hassan on some shit right now? This take a sound. Never forget it was the destruction of Beirut by Israel in 1982 that bin Laden would later claim inspired his attack on the Twin Towers in 2001. There is such a thing as blowback, and yes, violence begets violence. Terror produces more terror. If you're an idiot or acting in bad faith, you would interpret this as a defense of bin Laden. If you're not an idiot and acting in good faith, you would interpret it as him saying that constant regional conflict promotes instability. Or, in another word, violence begets violence, terror produces more terror. Which is literally what he said. Yeah. I think it varies, am I cognizant, but I think you might be correct to a point. It's very possible that fascist anti-empiricism is without rival. Like, it's possible that there is no historical analog, that fascism is a very specific ideology in its anti-empiricism. Like, there is no alternative, there's no, like, other system of belief that leads people to those outcomes. All right. Oh man, my neck. I don't understand the use of postmodernism outside the art world. Don't worry, no one else does either. I don't. You mistyped, I think, Coconut Gang. I can't parse the meaning of your post there. Nice neck crack. Wait, did you hear that? All right. Mehdi Hassan debunks the fact that Trump is anti-war. Ah, okay, gotcha. Oh, I heard that one. I mean, I'm not trying to make a show of it. I just wanted to crack my neck. Do other animals crack their joints deliberately? Like, will a cat ever, like, stretch their arm out and, like, wiggle it a bit, and then there's, like, a little pop at the elbow? I mean, I know they stretch. I mean, like, specifically to, like, crack a joint. I bet a monkey somewhere cracks its knuckles. Probably. No, 93 NTM. They don't? I just Googled it. We really are alone in the universe. All right. Yeah, okay. So you've probably all already seen these images. I feel like it's difficult to talk about the rally without seeing them first. This, I mean, genuinely remarkable stuff here. Can I, like, challenge level incomprehensibly hard. Don't be really ableist towards Elon Musk in this, in this, you know? Oh, by the way, after the rally, he changed his picture. Elon almost exclusively uses AI images of himself because he's quite ugly. He used this de-aged image of him with his little black "Make America Great Again" hat, rather than like an actual photo of himself at the rally. You know, it's not about how he looks. It's just, if there was a pic of myself like this, I would genuinely consider killing myself. I think that's a rational response to this, yeah. Right next to, like, a presidential candidate, genuinely. It's remarkable. Anyway, like, there's a whole bunch of, like, analysis here I could do if I was boring, where I could say, wow, isn't it crazy that Elon Musk initially claimed that Twitter was run by Jack Dorsey in a partisan way, and he needed to be nonpartisan in how he ran Twitter, and he needed to equally upset the far left and the far right, and now he's there with a Trump rally. And the, like, obvious, like, tedious, inevitable answer to all of this is, no shit, he has always been far right, at least since he decided to, in an effort to, you know, pander to people on the right after he got caught sexually harassing an employee and offering her a horse and a bunch of money to not, you know. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, well, obviously he was lying. Like, this is something, we're just going to have to grapple with this more and more. People's outrage and shock. How could X figure have said this, but then done this? Because they lied. It's okay to lie now. They do it all the time. I wish the media would stop treating Donald Trump's lies as some, like, noteworthy or exceptional feature of his character, and accept that the entire right is, at this point, completely constructed on misinformation. It's just pointing it out and pretending it's exceptional, I think, does a disservice to the fact that it's like, well, yeah, Elon's been lying this entire time. It's not new. So, Elon went to a Trump rally in Butler. This is where Trump had a shot taken at him, you know, and his ear was gruesomely maimed in an irreparable way. Trump took forever to come to the stage. I think we scrolled through the video feed yesterday, right before I ended stream. I think people were waiting there legitimately for like an hour and a half, which he leaves people waiting often, but like, you know, come on. He does a speech. There's nothing interesting or novel about Trump's side of the speech because he gives a lot of speeches and they're all pretty much the same. So let's take a look at Elon. Elon Musk joining Trump on stage at the MAGA rally. It was almost 2 hours of waiting. Wonder why people keep leaving these rallies.
Come on up here, Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is...
He did not create Twitter, as a matter of fact. He bought a chunk of it and kind of bullied his way into being considered one of the founders. He's objectively not. You mean Tesla? What did I say? Twitter? Oh yeah, he didn't create Tesla. I mean, he didn't create Twitter either, but yeah, that's what I meant, Tesla.
The only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
What? Like, okay, I'm not... I know this is a cheap dig, and I know that Elon Musk is, at the best of times, a half-wit ketamine addict with severe anxiety. What is wrong with him? Doesn't he... okay, is this like me recoiling at an autism thing? Like, would I be this innately disgusted if it was someone else? Or do you think he's actually autistic? Yes! Oh my god, yes, and it's not valid. It's like genuinely embarrassing.
Take over, Elon. Yes, take over. Hi, everyone.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. Well, first of all, I want to...
Deeply, like, just deeply embarrassed. I'm gonna have to come up with, like, new things to say that aren't... It's cringe, but that is the main thing I'm thinking at this point. Okay, maybe I should talk about, like, what this means electorally. I don't think this is going to move anyone. Elon Musk has been openly saying and retweeting and so on far-right stuff for 2 years now. It's not even remotely novel. I don't think no one who disliked Trump but liked Elon is going to be moved over now because Elon did this. Because if they liked Elon as they are now, they would probably like Trump too. And likewise in the other direction. If anything, it makes Trump look desperate. I personally think that this is one of the greatest compromises that Donald Trump has ever made. Donald Trump did not like Elon Musk at all. There's that famous image of him where Elon was right next to him and Trump was like, you know, this man grovels and begs at my feet. He builds cars that explode, rockets that don't work, so on and so forth. Normally, Trump holds his grudges better. I guess in this case, it really is a desperate need, especially since Elon, if you'll recall, promised like $180 million to donate to Donald Trump over the course of the run-up to the election, and then he just didn't do it. He said he was going to do it, and then he didn't do it. But so the fact that Donald Trump is still willing to associate with him is, well, it's pretty embarrassing for Trump, too.
I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs.
Guys, is it bad of me if... Can I stop pausing to say, wow, he's really embarrassing and cringe and poor at public speaking and autistic, parentheses, derogatory? Can you just assume that I agree with you on that? Like, whenever he does something like that, because I've got to pause after every sentence, you know? Is that fine?
And another who was fist pumping after getting shot.
Shot?
Fight, fight, fight! Blood coming down the face. Now, America...
You can tell even Trump's embarrassed by this, like the way, look at him.
Coming down the face. Now, America
I've been there.
Is the home of the brave. And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So who do you want representing America?
Holy shit, wait, did he not write a speech? Is there no teleprompter? Is he really relying on his natural charisma? He wouldn't repeat a line like that if he was reading from a teleprompter. Is he seriously, like, just ad-libbing this? He's so uncharismatic. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this election, I think it's the most important election of our lifetime. This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to. They want to take away your right to vote effectively. You've got 14 states now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting. I still can't believe that's real. So how are you supposed to...
8 years and literally no evidence procured from the right of there being any voter fraud. I mean, there was recently, like, election meddling that a Republican lady did. We looked at her conviction quite recently.
Have a good...
That's also not what the law does. Yeah, of course not. It's like, this is what I mean about it being, like, worthless to debunk what they say. They don't care whether or not what they say is true. And they lie as easily as they breathe, you know?
For election, if there's no ID, it's just meaningless. And free speech is the bedrock of democracy. And
Elon's own mom encouraging voter fraud, by the way. Yeah, I saw this. The Democrats have given us another option. You don't have to register to vote. On election day, have 10 fake names, go to 10 polling booths and vote 10 times. That's 100 votes and it's not illegal. Maybe we should work the system too. Musk's mom literally saying, like, commit voter fraud and go to jail for it. She's gonna get Republicans arrested. Well, assuming that Kamala Harris wins.
If people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment.
Oh God, the fucking lapse to himself after. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. He's really proud of himself for thinking up of that banger, the completely incorrect, like, conservative bumper sticker position that's been repeated for decades. Isn't he like 50? Yeah, it's, I don't know, man. It's hard to watch.
President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America.
And again, like, the tedious thing to do here would be for me to repeat, like, he says he's in favor of democracy, but they're all fascists, and here's 50 million points of evidence that they want to destroy democracy, and it's honestly not even remotely subtle. It's just like a waste of everyone's time to go over it. We know what the playbook is. We know how this gets said. We know.
Yes.
Yes, we do want Trump. Yes.
This is a must-win situation. Must win. So I have one ask for everyone in the audience, everyone who watches this video, everyone in the live stream. There's one request. It's very important. Register to vote. Okay? And get everyone you know.
You heard him, folks. Get on it.
And everyone you don't know, drag them to register to vote. There's only 2 days left to register to vote in Georgia and Arizona. 48 hours. Like, text people now.
Trump actually wants to die right now. Yeah, if anything, like, maybe we can celebrate this as a victory, because this is probably more damaging to Trump than the bullet was. I mean, it only grazed his ear. This is like striking true in his heart. I know.
Now. Now. Oh, and then make sure they actually do vote. If they don't.
I'm sorry. It's a masterful crowd control on this individual.
Now. Oh, and then make sure they actually do vote. If they don't, this will be the last election. That's my prediction. Nothing's more important. Nothing's more important. So get everyone you know. Everyone. So I'm speaking to people out there. Everyone in the crowd, I think, is already convinced. But for people out there that are watching the video, watching the live stream, you need to get everyone you know, at work, your friends, family, text groups, your social media, everything. Get them to register to vote right now. Only 2 days left for Georgia and Arizona. Only a couple weeks left in Pennsylvania. And if they're not registered to vote, it doesn't matter at that point. Register to vote. I'm being repetitive for a reason.
And the reason being because you don't have a script, because you've bought into the propaganda and you think that you're a genius when you are charitably maybe 85 IQ and also constantly hopped up on drugs and also surrounded by yes men who affirm your every bad decision, functionally putting you in the category of, I don't know, like, I was about to say chimpanzee, but I genuinely think one of those could be doing a better job with this speech right now.
Okay, so nothing is more important. And a lot of people think maybe their vote doesn't count. Well, it does, okay? It does. It matters. And this election could be decided by 1,000 votes, 500 votes. A tiny margin. So get everyone you know to register to vote. I believe that's swapthevote.com. I believe that's the site. And double check that your
it's like a fifth time he's saying this, man.
Your registration is good. Don't take it for granted. I'm just being repetitive about this point because
oh my God.
It's one takeaway more than anything.
Look at the way Trump is leaning in, like, please get away from my podium. It does feel like a live South Park skit. Elon does often sound like he's doing a very rude impression of himself. I'm sorry, did he say swapthevote.com? Is that the website that he said? Yes? Because it's not loading. Me neither? Okay.
That will matter is getting those registrations and then getting...
It's Swamp the Vote? USA? He didn't say... That's not what he said. That's a different... He completely fucked it. Also, why would you ever call it Swamp the Vote? Okay, I don't know. I don't know.
Everyone you know to actually vote. That is what will decide this election, especially in Pennsylvania. So
me when I'm really happy to have this guy here. The body language. this dead, stony fucking face.
So thank you, and honestly, you want to just be a pest. Just be a pest.
This guy, you know, notorious sex pest. He knows what he's talking about, okay? He understands the power of this particular... The way he laughs, too, man. It's like... If I wanted to make fun of him, I would just, like... copy him exactly. You don't need to add that much.
To everyone you know, people on the street, everywhere. Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
Trump just told him to kill himself? Yeah, true.
What a great guy. And he'd rather be making rocket ships, because he'd really rather do that.
This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump is so important, because as the fascist movement in America metastasizes and feeds more and more in its own propaganda, the ideological front line of that movement becomes more and more soy. Fascism, in the modern world especially, is largely fronted, you see this online everywhere, by virginal, loser, insecure, sexually inexperienced male pedophiles. It's literally all over the internet. On Twitter, it's like one of the most common archetypes of conservative, you know, the soy right. One of the reasons why Donald Trump is so important to the Republican Party is because he captivates that group, appeals to that group, but is not that group. Donald Trump is old, charismatic in his own way. He's not soy. It'd be very difficult to call Donald Trump soy, you know? J.D. Vance, on the other hand, well, there you go. He's from that group. The old guard of the Republicans wasn't really the rhinos, because they all fell in line with the fascists. Neocons and fascists, I mean, for the most part, they got along just fine. They folded to Trump no problem. Lindsey Graham wasn't always a MAGA head. They became them. Ted Cruz wasn't always one. He became one. But this older guard of Republicans is over time going to be replaced more and more with people like Elon Musk, you know? Incredibly cringe, soy, like completely socially off-putting, woman-hating incel types. Trump behind the scenes is probably mean to Vance. It's not a probably, we know he is. When the whole weird thing picked up with Tim Walz, Trump was quoted as saying, they're calling him weird, not me, they're calling Vance weird. We know that.
Nobody better. I think he's got 90% of the rockets that go up. But Elon, thank you very much. Incredible, incredible. What he says is true.
Also, just kind of a tangent. You know, maybe this hits some of you guys too. Don't be like this. Look at Elon's posture. Genuinely insane. His body shape, his stoop.
What he says is true. You know, we're all having fun here tonight, but if we don't register and if we don't vote, we're just going to look upon this as another sort of nice day in our life, but it won't even be a nice day. We're going to look back and we're going to say, wow, it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. We got to win. If we don't win, it's, as he said, it's just not.
That's true. If we don't vote, if we don't win, we're going to look back on this day and we're going to say it was a nice day, but it's not a nice day. That's why we got to win.
Important. We have to save our country, so you have to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. You got to get your friends and vote.
Well, I agree with all that, you know. I agree with all that. Has anyone else been getting recommended non-stop these, I'm going to be uncharitable to the person here, and I don't care that I am, neck-breathing MAGA retards who are like, I drove out to Asheville, and what I saw shocked me. I went to a random, like, hill and didn't see any FEMA helicopters. I've been getting it all, like, at the top of my recommended. Yeah, fucking constantly. Yeah. Nah, but I do get the 3 blue, 1 brown. 3 blue, 1 brown is just about at the edge of my ability to comprehend mathematics in the abstract. Like, I can never do the problems that he suggests, but I can watch the video and follow it along. I think anything more... He's so good, yeah. Well, anyway. I don't know who that is, Tempest Brewer. He makes me feel smarter than I am. I like that. I mean, I like that feeling, you know? Don't you think we've been getting a bit lazy with the Trump coverage? First of all, Zadron, you're talking awful, you know, confident for a person within permaban range. Second of all, I have... Maybe I'll finish your message, then I'll be mean to you. What I mean is, I liked your series on being decisive on defining and explaining fascism. I think we've gotten to the point of that's fascist, that's fascist. I can't repeat it every time is the problem. I know that sounds kind of trite, but it's literally true. The right repeats the same thought-terminating cliches and broken talking points over and over and over and over and over and over. Like, past a point, you know, like, what am I supposed to say? Like, what else can you say? You can repeat it over and over, but I'm just fundamentally, like, uninterested. And I think most people would find that boring. I think that we're all fed up with the talking points. I think that we all find them boring as well. And I am a mouthpiece to that. Like, I think reflecting the common interest there. Are any of you guys, like, engaging with a Trump speech and going like, wow, I wonder if that's true. Whoa, he said that? I can't believe that. Like, are you... Okay, maybe it's because I've seen like a million of them, but I'm not reacting to them in that way. It's not like we're ignoring or downplaying the issue here, you know? It's just that we have to acknowledge we're living in a post-truth world, and we are not... Like, we have to understand that our goal here isn't to, like, prepare the talking points necessary to epically own the right in the free marketplace of ideas, because they've given up on even trying to make empirical arguments. We have different goals now. Yes, 2-bit dork. People just want you to cover right-wing videos in high detail like 2020/2021. So the problem with that is that this is something you guys like in the abstract. The issue is, like, this would be like like, the conditions aren't there for it. It's not a me thing, right? I could watch those videos, but they're fucking boring. Do you want to pop... we've done this! Do you want to pop up a Ben Shapiro video? It's fucking tedious, dude. It, like, you know, you can't, milk blood from a stone. The conditions need to be right for proper analysis. And it's really difficult to do that when it's just... Like, Republican popularity has nothing to do with the arguments they make, and everything to do with the way they make them. And the way they make them is by having almost monolithic control of many forms of media. You know? Like daytime radio, Fox News. People who believe Republicans don't believe them because they've heard arguments from both sides and found the ones on the right more convenient or convincing. They believe the ones on the right because those are the ones they're getting blanketed with nonstop. You know? People were crying about this on the Reddit too. I genuinely don't care about them. It is the prerogative of viewers, of a content creator, to bitch and moan that things aren't the way they used to be. Life isn't the way it used to be. You have to get used to it. Sorry. I know the median age of a viewer of mine is lower than mine. You're maybe grappling with that a little more, you know? It's how reality is. To me, I think the saddest thing to do is to desperately cling on to a facsimile of what you once were, even when the conditions are no longer right for it. You know, just becoming like a sadder and sadder and sadder, like, reflection of that same thing nonstop, you know? That to me is, and I've seen a lot of content creators go down that road, that to me is the sad one. That is deeply sad to me. Christ, Annie, honestly, that would probably be like the high bar of interesting arguments over the slop that gets thrown around these days. My aunt is a MAGA retard and lives in a GOP blood red district. And I called her out for living in a bubble, and she said, I know I live in a bubble and I don't care because I like what they tell me. Pretty hard to respond to that, I think. Her axioms are grounded. I mean, in a way. Goes back to how viewers fixate on old politics drama while Vosh never thinks about Luna or Big Papa or any of those freaks. Yeah, it's just a difference in perspective, which I understand, of course, because I have consumed other people's content. You know, I know how that like difference lines up. I guess the main thing, in terms of like how to approach it is, what are your goals in coverage, right? Like, I guess it's, if you could imagine it 4 years ago, and we just watched that Elon rally, what would I say then? I think because it's Elon and he basically didn't say anything there, I would probably just make fun of him the way that I did here. I think that making fun of people for being cringe or ugly in a lot of ways is actually much more politically effective than responding to their arguments at this point. That's one of the reasons the weird thing took off. I mean, genuinely. One of the big reasons, like, fascists are attracted not to empirical correctness, obviously, but to power, perceived power, the assuaging of their insecurities. So flaming insecurity or challenging that power or making fun of them or whatever, I think for the most part, these things end up being far more effective. Like any Nazi gives a shit about what the Haitians in Springfield are doing. Like, they care. They know they lie. J.D. Vance admitted he lied. They all admitted they lied. It didn't matter. What is the point of putting effort into debunking something like that if the end result of the debunking process is admitting, like, the other side admits they lied about it, but there are no political consequences because none of their side cares whether or not they lie? It doesn't mean that you shouldn't put an effort into understanding the points and responding to them, but it does mean that the reasons you're doing it have to be different, right? It's like you know, how do you structure it, or what are the outcomes you're concerned with? I will say the debate content was great at the time. Yeah, it was pogged up, but there's no one to debate anymore. And anyone in chat who says otherwise does not know what the field looks like right now. Well, Zadron, I'm not at all opposed to the making of sound arguments. It's just that you literally can't repeat them like every single time, right? You'd be pausing every Trump rally. They're stump speeches. MT Jeep drinks raw milk. That's great. That's great for her. Please do Jubilee reactions again, though. Jubilee copyright claims. Josh Jossie, a poorly cited complaint referred through you makes you not only the messenger, but the maker of the message. Or I guess what I'm saying is, are you attached to being not presently banned? I think it was okay. I remember rewatching one of your old debates. I feel like sometimes I do spend an inordinate amount of time defending the idea of time passing to people who want things to stay the same as they always were. I will say recently Majority Report has had a couple of good random call-in debates. The Majority Report caters to a very different audience under very different circumstances. They basically have like phone or radio call-ins, you know, where you can get, like, they literally have a phone line. It's very different from like the kind of, you get like 40 somethings in the Midwest calling in because they have a complaint or something. So it's not quite the same, you know, deal. Sam looks like he's dying in every single one. Yeah, I sympathize. You could do Twitch stream for reacts. Why? Can't even say retard there. And also, literally, no, I don't care. I'm happy. You guys are the ones who are complaining right now. Well, I'm going to start up a stream on Twitch to react to a fucking Jubilee video so I can listen to the same 5 stupid fucking arguments that I've been hearing on repeat for years now? I don't care. Are you going to cover the details of Jack Smith's indictment? Okay. Have you seen anyone covering this? How much attention have you seen brought to this? Yes, Majority Report. I'm sorry, I should have specified. I mean, like, broad mainstream media coverage. Any has the correct answer. Basically none, because it doesn't matter. Isn't that why you should, Vosh? It's like a difference in perspective here, man. I don't talk about things. Well, I actually do talk about stuff like this quite often for fun. My frustration right now is that nothing matters. This doesn't matter. Nothing matters. It doesn't. It objectively doesn't matter. You can argue against me. You can say, like, it's Doomer. It doesn't matter. It was revealed that he literally said, let them riot. Wow, I know. I've read it. I've read the indictment. And? Whoa, you're telling me Donald Trump wanted Jan 6 to happen? Well, we've only known about that for 4 years. Nothing matters. The only thing that matters is power. When truth doesn't matter, power does. The power to arrest, the power to incarcerate, that's the power we need. Until then, nothing else matters. The one barrier, the wall between us and death in a death camp is partly a broad swath of the population, but also largely the Democrats, understanding that in order for us to move past this, they need to arrest a lot of people for crimes that these people have committed, for sedition. It's not an authoritarian crackdown to prevent fascists from overturning your democracy. That's why I've been repeating that point so much. I know some of you enjoy the game for the game's sake. I will admit it, and perhaps this is, you know, revealing on my part. I find very little satisfaction in familiarizing myself with arguments and political points that relate in no way to any material outcomes. At that point, we're basically just doing a research stream. And frankly, I would rather research, I don't know, animation methods Ghibli used back in the old pen and paper days. That to me is infinitely more interesting. My interest in politics is outcome-oriented. I don't learn about all these stupid fucking news stories where retard A and retard B argue or debate or fucking drama between these dipshits. I don't care about any of that. I have a life to live. I engage with it. Often, I think, with a great degree of care and attention to detail when it comes to like rhetorical analysis, because I think that learning about these things is beneficial when it comes to political outcomes, which is why I'm grappling right now with the very depressing but unavoidable conclusion that none of this matters. We have reached a point now where everyone is so entrenched, we are fighting over incredibly minutely marginal differences in like sub percentage point population swings in states that matter over what? Can somebody explain to me what American voter would read this or hear about this and make up their mind based on it? Let me put it a different way. I don't talk about climate change like all the time. It is a problem all the time, right? Like it's not going away. It's getting worse. I talked about it earlier in this stream, you know? So I'm not opposed to talking about it. Do you think I should cover every bit of climate change related news that comes out? That'd be a lot of news, probably more than any one stream could handle. You'd be getting like hundreds of stories every day relating to this and that and the other. Yes, don't be disingenuous with me. I'll just ban you. I'm trying to make a point here. Work with me. No, you wouldn't like that. You would not watch hundreds of videos put out every single day where I cover every new bit of information about how the world is dying. You wouldn't. Now, why learn about it then? I mean, past a point, you kind of get the answer, don't you? Climate change is an issue. Here's what's causing it. Here's how you fix it. Does learning this detail or that detail meaningfully assist you in your ability to arrive at a correct conclusion there? Sometimes for me, I talk about things we've already talked about because I think it's either immediately informationally useful, like for instance, an impending hurricane, that's immediately useful information for a wide variety of reasons, but also because I can use the topic as a springboard to talk about a broader subject that I find interesting. So no more research streams? You're not listening to a fucking thing I'm saying, One Shot. You're not listening to a goddamn thing. Work with me here, okay? You take a subject like this one, and you use it to springboard into something else. You don't just report the news, right? I'm not like an anchor. You know, you look at this and you say, okay, well, what does this say about the society we live in? You know, what can we derive from this? The problem is that in this case, the derivations have already been arrived at. I can't provide you new information from this. Did January 6th happen? Yes. Did Trump knowingly cause it? Yes. Will this change anything about the election? No. Can I extrapolate from this any useful information? No. I've already talked about it extensively. Research streams are good. They can usually help you further your understanding of the world. My understanding of the world is not furthered by this. The outcome is not changed electorally. There's no analysis to be done because everything in Jack Smith's unsealed court filing relates to information that we have all known for 4 years now. So what I'm trying to get from this, I guess, or what I'm like arriving at, is that I will never run out of things to talk about because I love talking. Clearly I'm a yapper, right? But in addition to that, like, I like the process of grappling with information and trying to understand it. I'm not going to pretend that I'm like the pinnacle of intellectualism or anything. I'm not, clearly. It's definitely more in the vibe of infotainment, something that I think is good because it makes information approachable, and I try my best to work within that format. Sometimes I cover things in part because they're popular and in part because I'm interested in them. Sometimes it's just my interest, like when I ramble about fashion every stream, whatever I'm passionate about. Very much an interest derived. I don't have a schedule for that reason. I don't have like a specific topic list for that reason. I just try to cover what I think I can get some good info out of, The problem is that it is a fact that the world is changing in a way that relates to the usefulness and interest of some of this information. And I don't like it when you blame me for that. That's my issue, because it frustrates me. I want to say, wow, it's a huge deal that Jack Smith's unsealed court filings directly implicate Trump. I want to believe that that's this huge revelation, or at the very least that it will motivate some institutional response, but it won't, and it isn't. And that's not my fault. That's not me being doomer. I just wanted to change something. I don't want to cover the 5 millionth story about the world dying And then it's like, well, has anything changed? No, we're just learning this information to hurt ourselves. I don't want to cover information that just fills me with this, like, I'll be honest, a little bit, a sense of dread that a skill set that I possess is in some select circumstances not only not useful because this doesn't matter, but actively not harmful, but maybe it inspires an unproductive mindset in how this information is engaged with. After all, is it not a liberal tendency to overly fixate on this news is going to sink Trump. This news is going to sink Trump. Brother, I've been covering this news that is going to sink Trump for 5 years now. And sometimes I bought into the hype and I thought, well, this is going to get him. And sometimes I understood that that was smoke and mirrors and that he was going to skate by unharmed. Past a point, you got to question. You got to look past the actors on the stage and you got to look at the curtains of the theater, you know? You got to look, you have to look at the background. You have to look at the audience. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't mean that it's worthless. We just have to understand the nature of the dynamic, you know? Anyway, it just bugs me when people blame me for this. I didn't build the world. The walls are closing in on Trump any day now. Pig news! So what you're saying is that whichever being the topic, once enough info is known, additional info can become overwhelmingly / just informational and not actually going to make people act? I try to talk about this for a reason, you know. But it's not even about getting people to act. It's that there's nothing interesting to say. Apart from me just reading out, like, the article, you know? Chatter's really overthinking this. Well, I also don't blame people in chat for wanting me to cover stuff. It's just when I have nothing to say, I don't like it being blamed on me. The problem here is that, like, the issue isn't that I have lost my ability to yap. The yapping will continue until I die, I hope, you know, God willing. It's not a lack of interest in politics either. Clearly, I talk about it all the time in my personal life. Here, I'll talk about it playing games, except when I'm trying to focus on a boss in Elden Ring or whatever. Like, it's not a lack of interest. It's certainly not a lack of interest in, like, knowledge. We're not doing many research streams right now, but in large part, I think that the election is, like, looming, you know. Now's not really a good time for me to really learn about the history of Zimbabwe or whatever. I'm okay with, like, you know, shelving that as I'm interested in information as it relates to, like, immediately developing events. You know for a fact that no matter what happens, who wins, what the vote count's going to be in this upcoming election, shit's going to go down afterwards, right? You know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be stuff to talk about. Some of it is that chat feels powerless and your platform is viewed as their quickest access to a voice stronger than theirs. Grandiose language, I understand the underlying point. I don't disagree. I'm very, very happy to be, I'm very happy to, I know there are a lot of people in my audience who are anxious about the state of the world and so on, and I talk about these things in a very personable way. I don't come across distanced like a news anchor or whatever. I understand, I don't shame for that. I get it, you know, the times are anxiety inducing. I suppose to an extent they always have been and always will be, and your awareness of that is something that has to be kind of like engaged with responsibly. And if I can help facilitate that, then I'm happy. I'm happy to do that. It's just, you know, it's just people are like, you know, well, why haven't you done X, or why don't you cover X? And then it's like, motherfucker, you would find it boring if I did. You know, go over Ben Shapiro. We tried. It's fucking boring, man. Go over Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is done. No one cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares anymore. Nobody ever cared. He was just another mouthpiece. It didn't matter. He did a new movie recently, Am I Racist? Have you seen any fuss about that, apart from a few Twitter posts where apparently some film critic said he liked it or something? No one cares. It's just it's an onslaught of grifters, and none of them believe anything, and I believe the things that I say. So it's frustrating for me, the unequal investment. And then news comes out, and it's like, oh, you know, Tim Walz has to answer to him misspeaking and saying that he was in China in 1993 when he was really in China in 1994 or whatever. You know, ask him that question on the debate stage. Meanwhile, just weeks ago, J.D. Vance admitted he made up the pogrom inciting bullshit about Haitians in Springfield. Does that get its question? It does, sure. With equal measure. Like, oh, you know, here's one, here's the other. It's exhausting, man. And I don't have the luxury of just saying, well, that sucks. I have to analyze it. Well, the analysis is there's a small group of people in charge, and the Marx called them the bourgeoisie, and they hate you. They want you dead. They're evil, and they're probably pedophiles, at least a lot of them. They hate you, and they run everything because in our system, power is acquired largely through capital. The money allows them to buy the companies, buy the media. They do this, they do that. Why is this happening? Why are they lying? Because of capital. Read capital. I haven't, because I'm illiterate. Maybe you should. Maybe you'll be smarter than me. It all comes back to the same basic patterns. You repeat it over and over and over again. It's like, okay, you can repeat it as much as you want. Does it fix the problem? How many reads of Capital does it take before you end capitalism? How many licks to the center? An infinite number, as it turns out. Ah, well. I would imagine, by the way, and I would hope, and forgive me for this, you know, you can't talk about anything sincere in my position, so because some people are going to say, oh, he's having a meltdown, which that's fine, you know. First of all, you accuse me of having a meltdown. This only reaffirms my he/him lesbian credentials, because being emotional is a womanly trait. You can't hit me with something I use as a shield. Second of all, we're used to a lot of insincerity, I think, from people in this field, in this market, right? You know, there's a lot of fronting. First of all, 95% everyone is grifters. That's just off the get-go, you know. And second of all, even if you're not a grifter, there is a lot of pressure. And again, it's not the hardest job in the world. You know, take what I say in its context, but there's a lot of pressure to maintain a very specific demeanor when you engage with your feelings, because if you don't, you know, people accuse you of being like a doomer, or you're being such and such. And I would hope the authenticity here gets viewed in its proper context, which is not, as some might interpret it. I know I'm going to see this in the Reddit later. Oh, he's saying he doesn't care about so-and-so. I care about politics more than you. It's my job. I care about it a lot. I just want to have something interesting to say, and that's what I struggle with, you know? Rhetoric is a form of art. You know, you're not following a damn engineering checklist to get a good sentence off the ground, right? It's like writing. Rhetoric is writing, but you're doing it with your mouth, and you're doing it live. It's art. And what is an artiste without a creative spark? You get me, don't you? Otherwise, you're just a newscaster. Otherwise, it's just like, oh, time for me to read the article out loud. I don't want to do that. And I'm not throwing shade or whatever, but I had my little frustration yesterday, and people in chat were like, well, you know what Hassan does? Hassan just watches like Fox News and said, Lamau, that's crazy. And I don't think there's a damn thing wrong with that, because Lamau, that do in fact be crazy. But I personally wouldn't feel fulfilled if my engagement with the absurdity of the world was largely relegated to me saying, Lamau, that's crazy. You know, I guess, like, I want a little... Secondhand sources, Meta Knight. I wonder if this age of anti-intellectualism can ever end. Yeah, it can. You know, in spite of how bad things have been, if you talk to your average liberal, and I just mean like a regular liberal, not a crazy leftist so-and-so, I don't think that site says it is reliable. I don't know. Wouldn't the weird thing to respond to. How much of the anti-intellectualism comes from religion? Not that much. That's kind of not what we're dealing with right now. Like, I mean, it can. We're mostly talking about, like, fascism, though. And in this case, we just need to disempower fascist media outlets. If you talk to an average so-and-so liberal, like, you can have a pretty decent conversation, I think, even if you disagree on a lot of fundamental stuff. The average voter, liberal or not, is kind of fucking crazy because the average person is kind of fucking crazy. But I think that with a person who isn't a fascist, you can usually have a relatively well-reasoned conversation. You know? So we have to disempower the media outlets that sort of mass compel you understand. It's time for mass censorship, but the right way. I know you joke, but genuinely, I really do think you could charge so many people associated with the GOP for sedition. I don't know what else you can do with, like, sedition, you know, the interruption of an official proceeding of the federal government through force. Like, the January 6th, not only the people who were there, but people who, like, enabled and defended it. I feel like stopping at just the people who physically entered the building and not the many, many, many officials who promoted it, prompted it, defended it, pushed people in, encouraged so on and so forth. Like, that's insane. I mean, that would be like going to war with a country and, like, you know, you such and such with the soldiers, but then afterwards, like, you're like, oh yeah, officers and politicians, you're off the hook. Ridiculous. Well, we did that with the Nazis in some cases, so that's not good. So what we did after World War II? Yeah, and it was a damn mistake. Maybe it's because the Dems benefit from this environment. I don't think they do. I have never believed the rhetoric of, like, the Dems and the Republicans are just both two, like, puppets on the hands of capital or whatever. I don't think that's true. I think that Democrats, even Democrat politicians, are for the most part genuinely very upset and fearful of what's currently happening. Oh, that's nice, Skynet. That always makes me happy to see me being correct. I'm not going to lie, right now I'm kind of in a bind because I feel like I've had a fairly forthcoming rant. And the issue is my right eye itches, and I know that if I rub my eye firmly, it'll be interpreted as me, like, wiping away a tear and feed into narratives that I don't want to feed into. So I'm sort of, like, trying to stoically will the itch away. And it's not It's not going well, as it turns out. It's actually very difficult to think an itch away. Gotta walk away to pretend to go pee. Okay, but that feeds into it even more. You know what I mean? Like, guys, I'm not really emotional right now. I just have to take a giant 25-minute shit. You know? All right. You know, waddle over. End stream. Yeah. Here, 1 second. God help me. 2 eyelashes. Clip it, boys. He's sobbing his damn eyes out. The pain of not being allowed to cry was one of the biggest pains I had about being a cis guy. Okay, well, let's not get like woke and gender about it here. I was, you know, we're doing the bit. I mean, yeah, for sure. Didn't they think crying was masculine in like ancient Greece or something? Or is that just like I heard it when I was 10 and I've misremembered it since? I choose to believe you. Misinformation retained. There is so much bad info that gets spread about like that. There was a comic I saw once that I really like, which is something like, it was somebody making chicken. It was somebody saying like, oh, I always do X to the chicken before I put it in the pot to cook it. And then the little girl says, why? And she's like, oh, because that's how my mother did it. So the little girl goes to talk to her grandma and she's like, hey, so why'd you do that? You know? And the grandmother's like, I don't know. That's how my mother always did it. So the little girl goes to her great grandma and her great grandma's like, oh yeah, I did that because the pot that I had when I was growing up wasn't big enough to do the thing to the chicken in it after I put it in. Yeah, it hits a little bit better with the comic itself, but it's like, does anyone know what comic I'm talking about? It still works as a verbal joke. I could have delivered it better. I'd give myself a solid like 5.8 out of 10 on that one. Comic, chicken, pot, way my mother did it. Would that perhaps... No. It's probably like unfindable via Google search. That's cute, Jexel. I know that one. When you ask an Asian family why they wash their rice, shouldn't you like absolutely wash white rice? Like white rice has all the like fuzzy, not fuzzy, like the white flour stuff. It makes it taste worse. Yeah, the starch. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck it is. Here it is. I found it. You did find it. Hey, Mom, what are you doing preparing to roast the chicken? Why do you always cut the wings and legs off? I don't know. That's how your grandma taught me to do it. I should ask her. Hey, Mom, why do we do that? Good question. That's how my mom did it. Hey, Mom, why did we cook off the wings and legs? Oh, because when I was growing up, we only had one bread pan to roast it with. It was the only way we could get it to fit. Yeah. I think this actually isn't the comic that I remember, but they're retelling it or something? One way or another, yeah. I don't know. It's a good lesson to keep in mind, I suppose. It doesn't make it taste worse. It makes it sticky. Okay, genuine question, very important. When do you ever want your rice to not be sticky? Isn't sticky rice always better than non-sticky rice? I've never had sticky rice and thought, like, I want all of these grains to fall apart in a pile when I... Mexican rice, though? Yeah, but Mexican rice is different. I'm talking about, like, plain white rice or sushi rice or whatever. Jasmine rice is yucky when it's sticky. I guess I could see that. Nice, Nerdy York. Vosh, I don't know how interested you are in it, but Lula's backed mayor of Rio de Janeiro. Okay, you don't need to preface providing me information with, like, I understand that you are an artisanal rhetorician who only engages with stuff as it fits his whimsy. However, please, I humbly present to you this news. You can just tell me, it's fine. Don't hurt me. Hey, no one's gotten banned this stream. I complained at the beginning of stream. I said, this is a good stream to get banned. I've threatened to ban people. I haven't banned anyone. Emperor Vosh, I come with news. God. It's dumb. I've never heard it as washing the rice. I just knew it as draining the starch from the rice. That's odd to me. I eat it raw. Can you eat rice raw? Like, obviously it would suck, but, like, can your body digest raw rice? People in Brazil still believe that eating mangoes with milk will kill you because slave masters would lie about that to their slaves that didn't steal milk. Huh. That's kind of sad. Well, I mean, it is sad. It's not kind of sad. Oh, Hema001. Speaking of Siberia, you just reminded me of something. A country that isn't the United States. That's what I think. I see Siberia and I'm like, wait, is that America? No? And then you get filed into the non-America category. Wasn't there, am I thinking it's in Poland? Record flooding that happened a few weeks ago. I don't think I ever actually covered this. I had it in the title for a bit, but I never actually covered it. It's pretty rough, man.
The worst floods to hit Central Europe this century. Hundreds of thousands of homes without electricity in the Czech Republic. Days of heavy rainfall resulted in rivers bursting their banks in Austria, Romania and Poland. Warnings were issued, but evacuation was the only course of action. The damage could not have been prevented. Authorities tried to control the flow of water, but when dams burst, there was little they could do. The Polish Prime Minister said his government has allocated $260 million to deal with the damage. The government has declared it a natural disaster.
I have turned to the finance minister, and for now we have secured money for the needs of the places and people affected by the flooding. At this point we have $260 million.
The historical town of Kłodzko was left with no safe drinking water and parts of it had no electricity.
You know, it's a little bit... This affected so many people, and it's getting so much less talk. I know that I live in America, so the media that I receive is very biased by that. But at the same time, remember how I said that parts of the United States might become unlivable? Not because it's impossible to live in an area with constant storms, but because you could only do so by accepting a very low level of basic infrastructure and a very high, like, annual death count from it, you know? I get reminded of that whenever I hear about coverage of natural disasters in other parts of the world. What we're willing to accept. Devastating floods in eastern Nigeria as well. Ugh. More than 1,000 people dead. See, this is what I mean. Oh, but it's in like Western and Central Africa. So, you know. Yeah. I don't want to. I feel like the overall tone of this stream has been decidedly negative, which isn't my intention. You know, I guess I'm just kind of curious on the opportunities uh of like building upon. I mean, the election is happening in 1 month. So I feel like maybe some like substantial reevaluation of the way that one best engages with fascist misinformation when we're right on the cusp of potentially a massive paradigm shift anyway. What are the chances you think we win? Coin flip. No, Alexis Roseman. Is it really a coin flip? I just can't believe that. I mean, no one really knows, unfortunately. Sign up for PV. Yeah, no, a month is still the main difference that can be made right now in terms of increasing Kamala Harris's likelihood of winning is making sure that people who have been deregistered to vote are in fact registered to vote. So phone banking on behalf of Progressive Victory or doing canvassing for them in the right places, that's definitely the most effective thing that you can do. Strongly encourage it. Exclamation point PV. You got that. Just did some yesterday. Nice. That's fantastic. Me too, not the one. When do you think it'd be possible to make an actual guess as to who's going to win? November 6th. Maybe not even then. Senate and House races are super important too. Yeah, you know. Is it not a good sign that in special elections and primaries we have seen 2020 or greater levels of victory like in Washington? Is it not a good sign that in special elections and primaries we have seen 2020 or greater levels of victory like in Washington? No, that is a very good sign, yeah. I mean, that's the main hope right now. Like, that's the main... The main path forward is... we hope so prayer. So first of all, prayer is necessary. So choose a God. We hope that the polling biases that we're seeing right now are the same as the ones back in 2022, where journalists overcorrected after 2020 and 2016 towards Republican favorability, or they haven't accounted for demographic changes in terms of like since the 2020 census. Like, I mean, there's a bunch of directions you can take it, but that would be like the hope, basically. Do you believe hope is a mother of fools? You ever talk to a pessimist? They're pretty foolish themselves. Everyone's all hope is a mother of fools until you talk to somebody who's like, yeah, I think bad things are going to happen. Wow, really? That's so insightful of you. Also, I would like Ted Cruz to lose. That would also be nice. He won't, but it would be nice. They're closer than I expected them to be. Are you going to look at the early voting data that gets released? Why on God's green earth would I not do that? Will you be covering this election? To keep the suspense going? I think covering the early voting information is only going to heighten the suspense, to be honest with you. Have you seen his face? Yes, I've seen his face. All right. I need a coffee. I'm going to read donations. Unknown Anomaly, thank you so much for the 10 tier 2 subs. Unknown Anomaly, my goodness. You're throwing that one out there. And then with the additional $50, Jesus. Hey, Vosh, the stalwart consistency of your coverage over the past few months has been a great help in all the chaos, so have this, I guess. Faltering, perhaps, the past few days, but again, you know, it's just like struggling to say something interesting. If I have something interesting to say, it's so much easier to get through the bad news, you know? Because then at least then I'm engaging with it in the way that I like to engage with it. You know, I think, I mean, we're going to be coming up on, like, very immediate stuff soon. We're just so used to massive happenings every day and then nothing occurring because of them. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Machine, thank you for the $10. I have a new job and want to pay for the goods and services I consume regularly. Thank you. I am a good and a service. Won't consume you, though. Not into that vorse shit. What is up with that anyway? Like all kink, it's about either wanting to hit a person with a stick or wanting to be hit with a stick. I understand it. Lily the Gaylord PhD, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. Hey, Vosh, been a while since I donated. Just want to say about the poll of 65% of the population being okay with IDF rapes. Around 35 to 40% of the Jewish population are in deep religious cults, not integrated into the rest of the population. Well, that's kind of what's being built there, right? Like a lot of insane, like ultra far right ethno-nationalist cults. Their popularity is one of the reasons Netanyahu decided to conscript from them, even though it was unpopular. It's not good. Kane 111th and 53 Voshatron, thanks to $5 both. Do you think Harris might outperform polling because some people won't admit they don't want abortion gone? Maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. It's a crazy one. So for those of us living in the Southwest US, I'm in LA. Would you highly suggest we move due to the water shortage? I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, not just because LA is a crap city either, but like, it is at the very least something that I think you should keep in mind. I'm not trying to be alarmist or be like a prepper or anything like that, but legitimately, yeah, the water, you know, the whole water wars bit is definitely a very real concern down in the Southwest. Well, that too, Annie. Yeah, that too. Jamie, thanks the 2 tier 1 subs. Joseph Anderson was right. Northern is so fucking funny. It's Canadian solidarity thrown out there. Elenita Express, thank you for the $5. The segment about Musk trying to get out of fines by changing the company name reminded me of this. Great moments in comic history. Luke Skywalker. I think I actually heard about this. Incredible stuff. Why isn't this on Wikipedia? Isn't that like the ultimate Star Wars wiki? Has it fallen from grace? Kowalski, thank you for the 830. In your kindness, you engaged with me in chat, a mere peasant of the land. This is 2 bushels of corn donation, or 112 pounds of corn. You can buy 112 pounds of corn for $8? What the fuck? Shit gets marked up so much in the way over. Is that Wikipedia? It says starwars.fandom.com. I thought Wikipedia was in the URL. Oh. Simric, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Kakao Win, thank you for the 515. I tried keeping my Vosh viewing secret. However, my smart TV started recommending Vosh videos, and now my wife likes him better than Deepak, FML. Ah, sucks. Household is corrupted. Speaking of, Skynet Zero with the $5. You're such a corrupting influence. I watched this video and thought Vosh would be interested in this analysis. 42 male outfits in JoJo. Fashion design analysis. Yo! Those are some tight sleeves. You gotta let out those sleeves a bit. Peak content here. Remarkable. Bell Pepper, thanks the tier 1 sub. Good points alive about the importance of keeping the flame alive instead of getting bogged down in the needling realities of politics. I need a reminding. Well, I just think it's important to always question, like, why you do something, right? Because I don't want to... The worst thing that I think I could do, both in terms of my mental health and in terms of the quality of the content on the channel, would for me to do this, like, here's the headlines, we have to get through the headlines, like, nothing interesting to say, this happened, this happened, this happened, and then, like, run through it, you know? Let's say that's just, oh, that's fucking bleak, man. I basically turn into, like a text-to-speech for Reuters at that point, you know? You gotta follow the soul. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. I chatted up a woman from Sweden from the airport monorail in Newark and got her to the downtown subway in Penn Station, got a hug out of it. Just go for it, chat? Oh, nice. Hell yeah. You're able to shepherd someone where they needed to go. Glad you had a good time. It's true. You just got to talk to people. That's another good way to keep your head out of the, I don't know, the muck. When it comes to the politics stuff, you have to talk to people in real life. You know? Very important. What's a real life? You'll figure it out. Wealth Nexus Hub, thank you again for the $10. Lightning Dash 31, thank you for the $20. Been a year now since I first started watching your content. To celebrate, have some of my hard-earned cash so you can buy more clothing items. Keep doing what you're doing, Vosh. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do very much appreciate it. Brandish 000, thank you for the 5 Australian. Infinoids the $2. Thank you very, very much. Vosh, take off the jacket. It's the regular show one. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. I don't know what the bit is. I can't do bit analysis on this one. Wengard RW, thank you for the $10. I have a parasocial relationship with you. All right, most people leave that implied. You're stating it up front. Okay. Also, I love boots made of real leather and natural materials like metal for eyelets. Natural materials are biodegradable and way better for everyone. And the main benefit of natural materials is that they tend to wear in, you know, which you want. But agreed. Emesh and Snorcore, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I can see the future of the Republican Party now. The migrants are drinking all our water. Yeah. God's Sinner, thank you for the $20. New meds got me low more often but less tempted to horny post. A fair trade. Anyway, saved money canceling a subscription I forgot about from Caracal. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I hope you're doing well in spite of the reduced temptation to horny post. Wealth Nexus help with the $20. If you get a chance to read that email I sent, Elon, close friend, influencer story, extortion, vandalism, murder threats, it'll help us a lot. Okay, to be clear, I read all my emails, so you don't need to inform me, though I do appreciate it very much, but I do read my emails, but I can't promise I'll do anything with the email, you know? The matter is urgent. We have all the receipts to prove it. Okay, I think I see what the issue is here. If you're trying to break information through me, I absolutely will do nothing with that. Respectfully. Breaking information requires corroboration, and it requires taking responsibility for the nature of the claim being made, which I'm never comfortable doing. I'll never want people to provide me with an email being like, hey, look at this info, can you break this? And then like, what do I have there? Like, you know, I can't be the whistleblower, right? Elon, close friend, influencer story. It's not my purview. I mean, I'll still read, but you assume so much responsibility and so much is on your shoulders if things don't turn out to be corroborated. You know what I mean? That being said, if you have like a genuinely interesting story or information that people can use, you know, you probably should spam that shit at news outlets, social media feeds. You know, there are other content creators who are also a little bit more willing to engage with that kind of thing than me. I would recommend those. Again, I'll still read the email. I'm just saying that I shouldn't be relied upon in that very particular way. Send it to Sam. Majority Report has a team to vet it. Yeah, see, he's got a whole team. I don't got a team. Well, I mean, I do with like videos and stuff, but you know, in terms of like vetting stuff through email, I don't have that team. Matt Binder is a journalist. Yeah, and he works with the Majority Report as well. Oh, we know, Miss Genderlin, we know. Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. Easy way to credibly accuse Vosh of not reading your email. Never send an email. People do that! I don't even know if they try. It's happened. You know, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Vosh, how dare you not have responded to my email? I don't respond to every email. You know, I can't respond to every email. It's non-falsifiable whether or not I read it. Maybe you didn't send it to me, but I read it anyway. Maybe I'm just that good. Fuck you, Snack Pack. What's that purple thing in the cord of your microphone? It's a little Pikmin. The fuck is that? You ain't played Pikmin? What the hell is wrong with you? It's a good game. When were there pink Pikmin? This motherfucker hasn't played Pikmin 3 or Pikmin 4. What a disgrace. What a damn disgrace. There's 4 of them. Pikmin 4 is really good. Like, genuinely fantastic. Hey, Vic Vex. Longtime VOD and Clipfrog. Just watched the whole Metal Gear Rising and Sekiro VODs at least 3 times. Love this stream. You've been watching the Metal Gear Rising Sekiro VODs? All right, those are Yeah, you must be a long-time VOD and Clip Frog. My goodness. Well, welcome to the chat. Recommendation for best first Pikmin? Play Pikmin 4. Seriously, it's very good. Very modern. Very demure. Very good. Piani, we got a lot of stuff in the list. A lot of stuff. What does demure mean? You know, like reserved and modest and refined and that sort of thing. It's just a silly... I've never even seen like the damn origin of the meme, you know? Can you play Satisfactory, please? No. It'll get out there, Kikanox. Apparently there was some issue with getting and editing the VOD. I'm not entirely sure what. I trust Tempest implicitly. Shy and modest in an effort to attract men. Oh, God, is that the definition? Well, no, that wouldn't be like the dictionary definition, but it's certainly an implication from the term. I don't know. I hate that shit, man. I'm not breaking records in being a guy who likes assertive women, right? That's not like, you know, all you motherfuckers are out there bottom posting on Twitter about it. It's not new. I'm not the one. I didn't invent the idea. Something about the like performative passivity though, just real like ick behavior. That's me, the ick, you know. They say, oh, the woman will get the ick if there's a car accident right in front of you and you yell and like jump back, and she'll be like, what the hell? This guy's a pussy. But I'll get the ick if she ever, you know, flutters her eyelashes at me. Need her to stare at me like this the entire time to be assertive. If she can't do that, then it's like, why would I even bother? Lopa Merblo, that's wonderful. I feel like this stream is missing something. It's missing like a certain je ne sais quoi. You know, like there's a cap off. That's missing. Benjamin? You know what? People are going to hate me for saying it, but I will say it. I think it's true. Benjamin Gilbert Liff did add a consistent like character dynamic in certain parts of the, you know, stream that, while often irritating, were a component. There's no denying that, you know. This is the reason why Mr. Show, you know, you vote to keep, not kick, right? What happened to him? He tanked 2 week-long permanent bans for the sake of progressive victory. Calling Austin Mr. Show. Isn't that what he goes by now? Or did I mix it up and he goes by the Austin Show now? I don't remember. What was the progression of like what he was called then to what he's called now? No, I haven't done the album thing yet. Gabby Magpie. Mr. Show is like the joke way to refer to Austin. Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen those streams in like 4 or 5 years, you know? Gotcha, Annie. The silence is deaf. What silence? What am I silent on? I'm often actually quite talkative. It's missing music. Oh, yeah, I don't like that at all. Having music play in the background while I talk, it just distracts me, you know? I mean, you can play music. That way you can play the music, and there's not two clashing tracks. It's just a little better. Yeah, exactly, Mega Drive. I'm trying to think. What if I feel this way, it means there's something that I have in mind. Trying to think here. Game? No, we're not playing a game. Stream's about to end. Is this a bit or are you serious? I'm being serious. If it was a bit, then I'd make it funny. At least I'd try to. I'm trying to think. Feels sort of spiritually unsatisfying. I think the problem for me is that I wonder how much of this is toxic masculinity. Because I don't like streams that feel negative, because maybe to an extent it feels to me like a kind of evidence of like emotional compromise. Does that make sense? Like, you succumbed to negativity. Negativity is a normal part of life. It's a normal way to feel. It's not, there's nothing wrong with that, like, innately. It's just part of the tapestry of human experience. But maybe with me, I kind of feel like if I allow it to get me down, it's like a weakness thing. And I think there's some truth to that, 50-50. It's regular, it's normal, it's human to feel negative sometimes. But at the same time, right, obviously we should try to fight against that a little bit. We should try to keep upbeat. I do feel pretty good. I feel like I've imparted a negative message, but the stream hasn't been that negative. I guess it hasn't been, has it? Has it? Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe it's not necessarily negativity. It's like a malaise, like a little morose, you know? It's a little, empty. A little empty. That's what I mean. That's what it's missing. Not like assertive enough, or not, there's not like an like a point, you know? But you can't cap off a stream. And it's not like we didn't talk about anything during the stream. It's that it was not imbued with like a solid, determined, it's ennui. Yeah, exactly. An ennui. A proactive message. It's important to be strong. You know, it's like life is and always will be, no matter what, difficult. There will always be difficulty, right? It's good to be strong. It's a virtue always to be strong in the face of it. And in this case, the difficulty is more of this like abstract, well, what is the point of rhetorical analysis anyway when no one cares about what's true or not? And I don't know if there's necessarily like a one sentence answer to that. I certainly don't want people to get the impression that I think it's not important to cover that stuff, you know? If you find it interesting to engage with, I certainly don't roll my eyes at that, you know? It's just, I think we might be behaving a little bit neurotic and need to go to sleep. It's a little early for sleep. I understand the underlying point, mildly patronizing it as it is. It's important to consider these things, though. You know, oftentimes it's people it's like a lack of self-awareness. You don't know what you're doing, you can't correct it. So what am I trying to correct? This is the ennui. You know what? You know what I think it is? Honest to God, and I'm not above it. I think I'm just anxious about the election, guys. You know? I don't want to engage in the paltry, like, oh, it's all so important. It's, you know, I'm so anxious, such and such. I mean, but of course it's true. right? Like that. It's just, I'm not saying it mostly because it's repetitive and obvious, not because it's not true. So maybe that can be the message. Like we're all together in that, right? That we're all feeling that way. What a happy ending. I mean, there is genuinely some comfort in understanding it's a shared concern, which I mean, again, like obviously it is, but it's good to talk about it. I do think there's a lot more good on the horizon than people think. We've been on the downturn for a while in terms of the quality of the news, but I still think Republicans haven't been as successful as they want to be in shifting the public narrative. There's definitely a momentum. Oh, for sure. We're kind of like hurtling towards the election right now. It feels like nothing's even being built at the moment. But maybe it just feels that way when you're on the ground. Yeah, the voter thing not getting passed in that one state is amazing. In Georgia, a few of the efforts have been shut down. I think it's hard for leftists to admit the election really fucking matters. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, it's a little bit difficult for me to admit it as well, not only because it's obvious, but also because it feels like something over which we have so little control. Maybe I feel like I'm more in control of my relative station here when I'm able to like enjoy the fantasy that I could construct this argument that could like disarm a person like a right winger or a Trump supporter or something, or that it could do that for you guys. I still get emails from people who say like, oh, thanks to you, like your rhetoric helped me defend myself to my parents or change my coworker's mind or something. And that feels amazing to know that that's even still possible. Because I guess that's what I'm mostly looking for, like the feeling that you can make that difference. Not to say that I'm engaging in like a feeling that what I do doesn't matter because I'm nothing if not self-important. But it would be nice to be in a moment historically where the evidence of it mattering was a bit more on display. Does that make sense? There, I'll settle with that. And, we're fighting for that. It is worth remembering that the current state of affairs with the right wing is intellectually unsustainable. Over the course of legitimately less than a decade, we have gone from a party of neoconservatives being led about by one charismatic person who says fascist things to appeal to a radicalizing base, to every day they're just like literally like any lie they can come up with. Weather control machines, FEMA's not there, illegal immigrants, eating cats, like it. We're reaching like a spiral, I guess, where eventually do you understand what I'm saying? There are consequences to being anti-empiricist because the world is empirical. You can't choose to live in a non-empirical world. We are all forced to live in it, for better and for worse. They can ignore reality as much as they want, but reality catches up to them, always. And we are with reality on this one. Sarah Kitty, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you, and I'm happy that I could be any kind of help. Likewise, Nest Scissors. Thank you. I just wish it wasn't so fucking close. Yeah. It's unfortunate. But I think we'll get through it, even in the worst case scenario. Are you considering leaving America if Trump wins? It's one of those impossible questions because, like, there are versions of Trump's victory and what happens after where I would think, like, they donate to me for a reason. Let's get out of the hot seat for a second. But I don't really think that's going to happen, right? Like, it would have to be pretty bad. I guess I could. It's not impossible for me. But you know, but if you say that, it's like the cringe liberal thing where some couple in Brooklyn making a combined $62,000 a year is like, yeah, we're going to move to Canada if Trump wins in 2016. It's like, okay, come on. Now Canada's getting their Trump. Or would you even go? Or would someone even go, the rest of the world is just as cucked as we are, if not worse? I'm going to the one place that capital is not corrupted as I board my rocket ship. I saw that Nitoa. It was pretty funny. Genuinely hysterical, actually, if you think about it. Recent Trump rally, there was a guy in the background who was doing the mewing, the mewing gesture. And there were a bunch of boomers saying that it was like a death threat or something. It was really, really funny. And thank you, Kenneth. Anyway, we've all shared in our feelings now. This was very productive, very gay. I will say that to kind of like cap this off, you know, phone bank with progressive victory or you're gay. Got to watch out for that. Second of all, I do mean what I said. I think that there are things to be worried about in the future, but I think that the hardship you experience if, say, for example, water runs out in the American Southwest or you get 57 more hurricanes in a row in Florida, the hardship you experience will be outweighed by how smug you'll feel when all of the preparations that you've made finally come to pass. So in addition to like keeping your passport updated, really, really, really strongly recommend, like, again, having a preparedness backpack is a really good idea. You know, flashlight, bottled water, you can Google what the right supplies are. It's not like it's expensive to put together. Just some safety plan, you know, in case some bad stuff happens or starts to happen. I don't think that considering these things means you're living a compromised life, right? For basically all of human history, people have had to prepare for the possibility of bad things happening. Like literally only in the past few decades have a small portion of the human population achieved a level of comfort where it's possible for them to not have to think about stuff like, well, what about a difficult winter? You know, literally, like it's only this tiny chunk of time and space, human-wise, where you get to avoid thinking about that. So I don't think there's anything necessarily upsetting about going, okay, worst case scenario, here's a backpack with some like beans in it, you know? You get me. You get me. You get me. You understand. Wealth Nexus Hub, thank you for the $10. Yeah, don't you worry. I'll check the email. This is random, but what's your opinion on weed? I think that everyone who's ever smoked weed is a bad person. And with that, we end stream. So true. Who do we... Oh, right, it's Sunday. Not many people are streaming. I forgot what day. I thought it was Monday for some reason. Let me see. Do we have anyone on YouTube? No. I don't see anyone who I know, at least. So I guess to the void with ye. Voiders? Any voiders in chat? Any voiders in chat? Oh.